more flexibility than in the past, and I know the city manager will talk a little bit about that. That guidance in full came out just last night, so there's still a bit of analysis that we need to do, but it could bode well for us. Moving along, CDBG, we've gotten more information about how to access and how we can use that $3.2 million that we received in CDBG. Also, we expect some more CDBG dollars soon. This first amount only comes from $2 billion of the $5 billion that was appropriated in the CARES Act from Congress. ESG, we have no real updates there. Looking down the list, we've gotten some more information about rental assistance. This is actually something that we're still waiting for more information about the dollars that may be available for Tucson, but this is also a serious area of interest in the next bill, and I'll talk about that after we finish the chart. The one money item where we've received more dollars to Tucson since the last council meeting is in that Public Housing Operating Fund. On Friday, it was announced by HUD that Tucson would receive $874,000. That's money that could be used for a variety of uses. You can see it in that column to the right, PPE for Public Housing Authority staff, as well as some other uses of the dollars. So we're very happy to see that new money come in. And we've got more information about when certain funds are that we need to apply for, what are the due dates, how to apply. That's the rest of the chart. And then we've updated the total amount that we've received so far. So with that, Mayor and Council, just an update on where things stand in Congress. As you know, we've been promoting and pushing for additional stimulus and relief dollars. There's been a lot of discussion even while the House and Senate have been out of session. What we expect now, and again, the news changes by the hour, it really does. We do expect now that there will be a CARES 2 bill that will start in the House. The House is already discussing what would go into that bill. It should include a significant investment in state and local government, including providing some financial flexibility on previously appropriated dollars like those CARES dollars we've been talking about. There should also be a significant investment of rental assistance, both project-based as well as tenant-based rental assistance, and a number of other important components that I know Mayor and Council care a lot about, including support for the Postal Service and some money to help states improve and enact vote by mail in time for the November election, among many other provisions. So we continue to speak with our congressional delegation, thanks to the mayor, members of the council. We've been speaking with a pretty unified and strong voice to our congressional delegation about Tucson's priorities, and we'll continue to do so. As soon as there is text to a bill, we will share that with mayor and council.
Is this the measure that is likely to include revenue replacement?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Durham, yes. What at least the leadership in the House has said is they understand where any city that was lucky enough to get the CARES dollars, which again is few American cities, we were lucky enough to be one of those cities, but there's so many restrictions on those dollars, they're not going to the most important needs in those local communities. Our community needs fire, police, our basic services now as much as they did before the coronavirus pandemic hit. They understand that they are open to providing flexible dollars to cities, counties, and states to help us meet those revenue replacement needs that we have.
Andrew, is this also additional funds for revenue replacement or flexibility for those funds that we already have?
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we're hearing that it will include both. Now, which means retroactive revenue replacement or flexibility on the dollars we've received, at least those coronavirus relief fund dollars to be specific. The other funds, the CDBG, the ESG, those come with direction on how those dollars can be spent. But yes, there are many cities that have not received any dollars the way Tucson and some other cities have. And absolutely, in fact, the House Appropriations Chair just yesterday, Nita Lowy of New York, she put out guidance saying that what she wanted to see was dollars appropriated to states, to counties, and she let us in on what she thinks the formula might be for cities, which would include distributing money to all cities nationwide, both cities above 50,000 in population as well as under, and those would be new dollars.
Okay, alrighty. And this is just the beginning of the conversation at the House, right?
Correctly.
Yes, so the House, we expect to come up with a bill sometime probably next week, and then the House will debate it and vote, and then of course it would move to the Senate.
Councilmember Kozaczek has a question.
So does FEMA.
Yeah, you're right under him.
Oh, so,
Okay.
so that on the queue is Councilmember Kozaczek and then Councilmember Fimbres.
Two questions. Will the CARES money cover the hazard increase? And if so, do the guidelines indicate what types of workers are going to be covered?
So Honorable Mayor, members of the council, the city manager or city attorney might want to address this directly. What I can say is that there's been some discussion among other cities about whether the current dollars could fund hazard pay or not. I know there's still some discussion about that. But what I would say is that there has been discussion in Congress of establishing and then funding what's called a HEROES Fund, which would clearly provide for, say, hazard pay, as well as pay for private sector workers that are on the front lines and providing those essential services.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Are you
Madam
done, Councilmember Kozaczek?
Wait for Mike.
Mayor,
Okay. Yes.
I was just going to respond. Our current reading of the language does not provide for a broad hazard pay or premium pay opportunity. It is very explicit, very, very narrow in its application. Those cities that are using hazard pay have pre-existing policies, and they're using FEMA money for that effort. And we didn't have a pre-existing policy that gave us that opportunity. That's all, Mayor.
So
Would
we're
we
still,
will we be able to use, I'm sorry, Steve, will we be able to use as or COVID-19 pay as Pima County is using, instead of calling it hazard, they're, I believe, are using COVID-19 pay for employees if that's not the case?
Yes, Mayor, we could do that for a very finite number of employees only that are not able to perform their jobs, like officers or like EMTs or paramedics, without physically interacting with other people. Our direction from council in the past has been to be more expansive than that, to include drivers of buses, drivers of garbage trucks. Our reading of the rule is that those would not be able to be covered by that at this time.
Councilmember Kozaczek?
yeah, but perhaps with the second set of funds that Andrew is describing. The PPE that you were describing, Andrew, those dollars, again, the kind of question is how restrictive is it? For instance, can we allocate that to in-home caregivers, people in the private sector? And how are we deciding where PPE money goes right now, or actually the actual masks and gowns and all that?
So, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, the guidance that I've given in the chart for certain dollars lists the eligible uses of those dollars, some of which could cover PPE. As far as the future dollars are concerned, again, it really does depend on what rules or strings Congress puts on them. My guess is that, and at least what I'm hearing from other communities, is that there is quite a bit of dollars that have already been appropriated for PPE needs. That doesn't mean we don't need more, but what we're ultimately looking for is flexibility so that we at the local level can decide on how those dollars are spent, including for PPE or whatever the local needs are.
Then we, Councilmember Fimbres, and then after Councilmember Fimbres, Councilmember Durham.
Andrew, happy birthday, but also, what is the time frame for Congress getting back into the House and the Senate and acting on the next appropriations on this issue? And also, with the hazardous, I don't have it as COVID-19 pay. What's the time frame for that also? And I understand we got new guidelines on the expenditures. I haven't seen them yet. Can you make sure we get them?
Yes, so Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Fimbres, first off, yes, I should say that Congress, the Senate got back into session on Monday, yesterday. They have some things they're working on, including some appointments, considering some presidential appointees. But they do not have on their schedule this week consideration of a next CARES Act bill. The House is talking about coming back next Monday, but as we've seen throughout, since March, Congress is doing a lot of its work remotely. So we're getting all kinds of information all the time about what they're working on, and so we do expect there to be a bill soon, and hopefully Congress will come back to be able to vote on it soon. What we've heard is that they're considering coming back next Monday, May 11th. As far as the guidance is concerned, yeah, I'm happy to share what we received last night from Treasury with Mayor and Council.
Thank you. And then also, can you expand on the postal support for the Postal Service and also on the vote by mail process?
Sure. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, as I've described in past meetings, there's a real significant financial issue facing the Postal Service. Some of that goes back many years with the increased requirement for pre-funding retirement and health insurance premiums. So that still exists, but with the pandemic, their revenues have been badly hit. They have asked for $50 million in funding, as well as $50 billion, as well as access to a $25 billion loan in order to continue their operations. That, I believe, will be strongly considered. I believe they're in the next bill. I believe there's quite a bit of support on both sides of the aisle, by the way, to make sure that the post office continues to operate. There are many communities across the country, including rural communities, that depend a great deal on the Postal Service. So that's the latest there. As far as the different vote by mail bills, in the answers to Councilmember Fimbres' questions that I provided earlier, there's a list of the different bills that are in Congress. There is one in the House, of which Speaker Pelosi is a sponsor. There's one in the Senate, sponsored by Senator Klobuchar of Minnesota, and then Senator Harris of California has her own bill. All the bills provide funding, and they also provide for a certain period of early voting so that people can go in and vote a number of days before Election Day. Again, in addition to everyone being able to receive a ballot in the mail and be able to send it in and have their vote counted and not risk their health to go to a polling place on Election Day.
Thank you, Andrew. And I'm still concerned about the premium pay or hazardous pay or COVID-19 pay for folks besides police and fire that have public contact, that still are risking their families and themselves with this, while we're still in this state. So Mike, I really need you to consider that and give us an option on what we can do with that and look at these guidelines.
We, Councilmember Fimbres, we still have the item for the COVID-19 premium pay, which is item 3. We can continue the discussion in item 3 on that front. Councilmember Durham has questions as well.
Thank you, Andrew, for your help in getting more minutes available for the Lifeline phone users. Thank you. Why are these called Obama phones?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, perhaps a little bit of background for those on the loop. Ward 3 and the mayor's office have asked about this Lifeline program. It's a program that provides low-income people, usually seniors, some phones as well as a certain number of minutes each month. And it's meant to provide people with access to emergency services if they so need. I think they've been called Obama phones because the program started during the Obama administration. So that's just become the kind of the name that many people apply to these phones. But there is, especially now with the pandemic, a concern that the normal allotment of minutes isn't enough for seniors, especially when there's so much more limited access to transit, and for people to be able to go out and get what they need, they depend on those phones more. And so IGR, together with Tracy Tucker, our lobbyist in DC, we've been talking with Congress and the federal government about trying to see if we can increase the number of minutes that they can make available to those who have those Lifeline phones.
Okay, I've got two questions. Who would be administering the funds for workers and families, and what kind of accountability would exist so that mayor and council can ensure that as many barriers as possible are eliminated so that the Tucsonans can access these emergency funds?
Councilmember Durham, we are going to get to that piece of the conversation. We are starting with the federal legislative agenda. Then we're moving on to the invoices already procured. Then the BDFC Resiliency Loan Program. And then we're going to talk a little bit more about the Resiliency Fund and the workers and their families and small businesses. But we haven't gotten there, but we're going to put your question in the queue when we start discussing that item.
Okay, good.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, Councilmember Kozachik is requesting to speak.
Well, I guess it's similar to Paul's last question. I'm not quite, because this is sort of a catch-all item. I want to make sure I ask the question in the right framework. So I've got questions about where particular CARES dollars might properly be allocated, or if they're even eligible. So is it too early for that, or where do you want that in this discussion?
Councilmember, we're still not discussing on the item that Vice Mayor Cunningham and Santa Cruz and I brought to the table. We're still in the piece of the federal legislation, but we're going to get to that.
Okay, this isn't this isn't necessarily resiliency fund, but more allocation of CARES dollars. But I'll wait for later in this. All right, that's fine.
So Councilmember Lee is also on the queue. Councilmember.
This is a federal package related question for Andrew, so I hope it fits within the context of this conversation from a constituent asking, are there any conversations, Andrew, about addressing the child care needs of working families, especially since school is closed right now? Are there any conversations about aid and relief for that specific problem that so many Americans are facing right now?
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Lee, there has been some discussion. I am hearing about some interest in rapid expansion of broadband and communications, laptops, that kind of thing, to do everything they can to quickly, get education materials and curriculum to students who aren't able to go to school currently. As far as childcare, that's mostly being done, I believe, at a local or statewide level. I've not seen anything particularly at this point in any of the discussions of a CARES 2 Act that would have dollars for specifically childcare.
But I believe that, just to jump on Councilmember Lee's question, I believe that the $95 million in CARES fund can be used. One of the allowable uses is childcare. Okay.
Honorable Mayor, I need to check on that. I believe that's right, but staff, the city manager's office is keeping very close eye on the funds and attending webinars and reading guidance, and they're looking very closely at how each fund can be used.
Would that be then, if there is a possibility for childcare, could that be connected to our KidCo program, which usually provides summer and after-school programming for usage of families during this pandemic?
Honorable members of the council, if you'd like, we can add to our federal agenda a strong interest in seeing that there's additional child care dollars in the next bill, and that they are flexible enough so that we might be able to use them as part of supporting our city KidCo program.
I heard City Manager Ortega kind of jump in.
Yes, Mayor, I was just trying to help and maybe expand Andrew's thoughts there a little bit. So we are looking at that very closely. One of the things that we've contemplated is not specific to KidCo, but more in terms of child care for workers, just in general. We are certified to do 5 and up, 5 years of age and up, 5 to 12 generally. Where we struggle is less than 5. So we're going through that process now. However, TUSD, we understand, does have certifications for 5 and under. And so one of the thoughts is potentially partnering with them. But we're looking at both the need, obviously, but then the opportunity to take advantage of some of those federal monies that might be available for us. So I just wanted to add that to Andrew's comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Great point. Anything else that you'd like to ask?
No, nothing from me. Thank you, Andrew.
Alrighty, Councilmember Fimbres, and then I believe Vice Mayor Cunningham is on the queue.
I want to ask the city manager, are we looking at possibly testing sites on city properties or work sites where we have, so we can have assurances of people working? And I know the bus, some of the bus areas might be an area where bus drivers, they can have their, they can feel at ease. Mike, are you looking at some of these areas for testing?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, so we are looking at what that will take for us to do the testing. As you know, the mayor's been working very closely with the university. I know Councilmember Vice Mayor Cunningham has been engaged as well. A big part of that is availability of tests, and then the processing of tests, and what do you actually get from the result. So we're working through those logistics. I can tell you that part of our reopening will include that, at least as a conversation for the council to consider, because that is something that we're going to need to see more robustly accomplished before we can truly move forward with the reopening.
Good.
Vice Mayor? Vice Mayor Cunningham?
Andrew, I wanted
Yes.
to ask a couple questions of you regarding this item. I'd really like to see, as this next round of funding goes in, I'd really like to see if there's an opportunity to get credits for the unused money that we got first. I think that with the COVID piece, the COVID monies piece, we're going to use some of it, and we're going to put together some things that I think are really good and really proactive, and we'll go down that road. But the bottom line is we still need funding for on the back end to backfill some of the spend down of our reserves that we did to keep the government running. And so in this second round, I'd love to see some type of maybe a credit program or whatever we do. I mean, look, we're going to use the COVID money properly. We're going to use it for hardware. We're going to use it for, augmented first responders, stuff like that. I'd love to see if there's opportunity even to amend the existing regulations in the next bill. So I just wanted to kind of put that bug in your ear now. I think we could go to the congressional delegations and go, you gave us this money and it's sitting there, and there's stuff we know we can do that helps us as a whole combat this situation. And if we can amend some of the regulations in the new bill, or they may not have to print all that extra money as it is. So I think there's some opportunity there. I'm going to leave the rest of my questions for the COVID-19 item, but I will say that as we move forward in collaborating with the community for an augmented testing program, as well as aggressively pursuing possible treatments, I think we'll be at the front. So that's all I'll have to say.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other questions? I don't know if we have anyone on the queue for additional questions for Andrew. So we'll move ahead. I don't know if we have anyone else. So the next portion of the conversation will be centered around the invoices already procured from the CARES Act funds, and I think there's $44 million that was also allocated to the city of Tucson for transit uses. So I'll just toss it over to City Manager Ortega for his presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. It'll be very quick. To date, we've identified about $3.1 million in COVID costs above what we had expected. I can tell you that that's complying with the rules and the guidance that we received to date. We are tracking a variety of other costs as well, but those are the ones that we've identified based on the current reading of the rule. We have also, as you mentioned, Mayor, we did receive a $44 million grant. We have billed about $8.9495 million against that grant already. We have received that payment. That goes back to January 20. So we have been capturing our costs associated with transit-related expenses. So that is good news on that. Councilmember Fimbres mentioned in his remark that we had gotten some good news last week. We'll take about any news other than bad news as good news right now. We did get some information of additional guidance that the payroll costs associated with the virus and the pandemic is a reimbursable cost. So it's for those positions that are substantially related to COVID. And so we are assuming at this point that it would be patrol type officers or paramedic type staff. So we are developing an understanding of what that might look like in terms of cost. And obviously we will submit for reimbursement against that $95 million. With that, we have a team of folks that are looking closely at not only making sure we capture all costs that are out there, but also beating the bushes hard on additional dollars. We also received, I believe it was notice of $100,000 for fire-related activities. And so we're still working through the detail on that, but we have been working very closely with Chief Ryan and his group. I've also asked Chief Magnus to look at some of the law enforcement grants associated with COVID. Traditionally, you may recall, I've shied away from those because they oftentimes come with match requirements, or we have to absorb them over time, particularly when it comes to new positions. Given our current situation, I've suggested that we explore that and start looking at, even if it's a full absorption of future positions in 3 years, and we can get the grant dollars to pay for them for a couple of 3 years, we're going to pursue those. So we're beating the bushes pretty hard. I'm pleased with the effort thus far. I was contacted by one of the congressional offices, and I did express to them appreciation for the guidance that we've gotten so far, but I've also said that we really could use more loosening of the requirements, particularly when it comes to revenue replacement. Mayor, you and I have had many conversations around that. That without revenue replacement, we will not be able to provide the fundamental services and mainly the public safety of fire, police, and communications. So we are going to continue to push hard on that, but in the meantime, we have to make sure that we are taking care of business on our end as well, in terms of tracking. That's all, Mayor.
Mr. Manager, one of the conversations that you and I have been having is that we're all aware that the governor is speeding up his plan to open up additional businesses and in a pretty much short period of time. Something that you have said before at this table is that that you want to base our decisions at the city on the guidance that the CDC has given us, and both Pima County Health Department created a criteria for moving on to phase 1. So one of the things that I'd like to see, and I'm pretty sure my colleagues on the council will want to see, is what is the city of Tucson's plan for reopening a city department and city building. And so I'd like for you to talk a little bit about that, because I know that we will have to procure face coverings and masks and gloves and additional cleaning material, hand sanitizing stations as people enter our buildings. Can you discuss a plan for that, and what type of funds we will need from the CARES Act money to prepare ourselves for that?
Mayor, thank you.
And before he does that, could we just have everybody mute? There's background noise that's really distracting.
Thank you, Councilmember Kozachik.
So, Mayor, thank you for that. It's a good question. The staff's been working diligently to develop scenarios for what opening might look like or reopening might look like. Specifically, it's going to look a little differently in different areas. Those that are public, where we have public counters, et cetera. Our facilities maintenance staff has been working on modifying some of our facilities now to put in sneeze guards, to put in adequate signage, finding signage, those kinds of things, which are underway now. In addition, we're looking at how, and what we'll call it reinventing how we do business. How do you open up a pool and assure social distancing? How do you open up a rec center and assure social distancing are a couple of examples. Brent Dennis, our Parks Director, has been working on that. We have developed what I'll call a phased approach. We are expecting that we'll have some level of opening over time once the council and you, Mayor, guide us, as well as the CDC guidelines and all the things that go along with it. But clearly, we won't go back to business as usual right away. For example, I do see scenarios where the staff will job share, where folks will come into the office 3 days a week and other folks will work remotely 2 days a week, and vice versa. I also see opportunities for us to continue to do virtual services. I think that we found that we can do virtual services with electronic signing, with electronic permit, with electronic versions of everything that we do. Not everything can happen that way, but the vast majority we found can. So what I've challenged the staff to think about is, what does the new opening look like? It's not just, hey, before we all went into a telecommute mode, we were one way and we're going to go back to that. I can tell you that expectation is we will gently open middle of May, and again, not in a full mode of opening, but gently start to allow folks to come back that can provide the social distancing for them. With regard to the specifics of gloves and PPE and so forth, that is one of the constraints. As you heard me mention at the table before, one of the issues that we're running into in our parks, particularly in our parks restrooms, is we kept running out of sanitation supplies. We have found that the supply chain is better today than it was just a couple of weeks ago. So we are able to get a lot of that equipment, a lot of those supplies. But we can't open without having an assured supply, right? And so the conversation internally is, what is that right number. We don't want to buy so much that we have problems storing or hoarding or those kinds of things. But those are the kinds of logistics issues that we're working through now. I can tell you that the public-facing piece of what we do, the counters and that, will probably remain closed for a bit yet until we can assure the safety of the public and the safety of the staff alongside them. So, Mayor, I hope that answers your question. I can actually have a report to you the next time we get together. I'd be happy to provide that in writing so that you can see the approach. It is a little fluid because some of it is a function of latest science, some of it is a function of supply chains and all the things that go along with that. But generally speaking, I can give you a pretty solid phased approach for how we'll get back to, quote, the new normal.
Right. I think that we're going to need a written plan as to how we plan to open up, what offices open up. I think it's really important that we get that plan, because with that plan, it will help you and mayor and council to know what expenditures we will need, right? There's additional expenditures to opening up certain offices, certain spaces in our within the city of Tucson. And so I think we need to start attaching a figure of the needs that we have. And since Governor Ducey has said pretty much that most of non-essential businesses were given directive to open up on the 11th, it would be better to have it sooner rather than later, Mr. Ortega. And then, of course, you know, in our budgeting process, I think we need to make sure that if we are using the CARES Act funds for that plan to reopen, that we know how much money we can attach to that expenditure.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Anyone on the queue? Any questions? Councilmember Kusacek?
Yeah, so is this where you want the questions about possible uses of CARES Act dollars?
We're still discussing the BDFC. We still need to, if there's no questions about the already procured and invoices sent, I would suggest that we speak about the BDFC process refinement for the small businesses, and then we go into the Resiliency Fund and additional ideas for uses of the CARE funds. Any questions regarding the topic touched by City Manager Ortega? Hold on.
Mike, how are your webinars or your town halls going? What kind of feedback are you getting from the city employees and other folks that we're managing this pandemic crisis?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, so there's two pieces to that. One is the business webinars that our EI folks are putting together. They're getting excellent response. I believe that yesterday's was the 7th one. Barbara's on the line. She can correct me if that's not right. But we've done several of them. Businesses are very appreciative in terms of access to information, access to resource. As you know, I've now hosted, I believe it's 4 employee town hall updates, and I'm just calling them virtual updates. They last for an hour on Wednesday mornings at 9 o'clock. And then we also do one at 5:30 on Wednesday evening for those folks that aren't able to attend the one in the morning. Average participation has been between 800 and 1,000 employees at any given time. So we're getting the word out. I can tell you that in previous town halls that we hosted, we would get about between 300 and 500 employees. We're getting a pretty steady stream. The feedback I'm getting is they're very appreciative for being kept up to date. I try to keep them up to date about conversations I'm having with you all at these meetings as well as individually, keeping them up to date on what we're hearing from the federal government, keeping them up to date on our revenues, and I'm very direct with them, Councilmember Fimbres. You know, I let them know that we have some tough times in front of us. I let them know what the strategies are that I'm discussing with you, and that seems to resonate well with them. because we're very open, and I answer questions. I make a presentation for the first 30 minutes and then answer questions for the next 30 minutes, and they range everything from leave use to, what's the future look like, to thank yous. So that's that.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you for doing that, because it's eased some of the apprehension of some of our employees. And I want to thank you, Madam Mayor, for your twice weekly announcements of what we're doing with the COVID, and that eases a lot of the citizens of the community too. So thank you guys both for doing that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres.
You're welcome.
Just my question for City Manager Ortega is, you talked about the possible payroll expense for public safety and public health workers. Are the total payroll expenses for public safety paramedics reimbursable, or just the additional expenses that have been accrued due to COVID-19?
Thank you, Mayor. So at this point, our reading is that it would be the total payroll expense. So I've asked the staff to load them, so they'll be fully loaded with EREs and overhead costs. That is my expectation. I can tell you that's not a guarantee. The guidance changes, as you know. I'm trying to keep you in the loop on the guidance changes, but overall, that is the approach that I'm taking at this point. But I'll be able to tell you more about that once we get further guidance.
Okay. And then my other question, are expenses related to providing paid family and medical leave only reimbursable for employees who are directly involved in COVID-19 response, or would it be for all city workers?
So the way we're reading that is if they had to take time off because of the COVID pandemic, then we are including that. However, there is language about the first 80 hours not being eligible potentially, so we're challenging that. But we are looking at it as any leave that we have to pay because of the pandemic for whatever reason should be reimbursable, and that's the path we're on. I don't have expectation that we'll get all of that, but I do have the expectation we'll get a majority of it.
Okay. Any on the queue? Alrighty, and the next piece of, oh, I'm sorry, the Vice Mayor Cunningham is wanting to ask a question.
You're muted, sir. Need to unmute.
At this point, thanks for answering that question clearly. So we're using part of that CARES Act money to cover some of our first responder expenses. Is that what I'm reading out of this?
That is correct. That is as of last Friday. That is the apparent guidance that we got that we are pursuing at this point.
No, I just, that's fine with me. I like that clarification, and I actually support it.
It's been about nine million people.
Councilmember Fimbres, do you have an additional question?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Mike, what is the money gone for transit? The $9.5 million? What have we covered for that in that expense?
Yes, sir, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres. So at this point, what I've done is used it to reimburse our actual expenses. Keep in mind that traditionally what we do is at the end of the fiscal year, we settle up with the general fund. There's a transfer from the general fund to make the transit fund whole. If I can reduce that down the road, then that's my goal. So at this point, I'm reimbursing the actual expenses in the transit fund and hopefully reducing the transfer from the general fund at the end of the fiscal year.
Okay. Is that for employees also? The cost of what their amount of their pay? Okay.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, yes, sir. It is actually the full expenses that we're incurring during this time, and they're normal expenses. So it's the normal expenses that we incur in transit is what we're submitting reimbursement for.
Okay. Is there a possibility of using that for additional pay for the bus drivers? When we're talking about hazardous pay, we don't want to call that COVID-19 pay. for them when they have contact with the public?
Mayor, Councilmember Fiembres, at this time, the answer is no. It does not appear that we can use those dollars. They're for normal costs associated with the operation, keeping the operation open and running. The guidance, as I mentioned earlier, has been that we are not able to use the expansive definition of premium pay eligibility.
Can we use it for testing for some of the drivers so that they are sure, or PP&E?
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Fiembres. So the plan is that we will try the RTA money first. If we don't and can't use it for some of those expenses, then we can use those would be eligible CARES Act or federal reimbursement monies. So we would take part of the 95 million and buy the PPE and the sanitation supplies and those kinds of things. But right now we are going down the path that we would use the RTA funding for those expenses.
Does that include testing for some of our employees? Hello, hello, anybody hear me?
Our city manager Ortega still there?
I am, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
That was weird. I apologize. It said someone removed me, so I guess you all have the power to remove me.
No, it was not us.
No, but I asked about the testing for the bus drivers and other people in transit.
Yes, sir. Mayor, Mr. Fiembres, the intent is to utilize those dollars. Again, first, I'll call it a kind of a tiered approach. First order of business is to submit those under the RTA. If the RTA says no, then we would submit it under the CARES Act, because those are eligible under the CARES Act. Everything you mentioned, with the exception of the premium pay, are eligible expenses under the CARES Act.
Okay, thank you. And then all the other departments like water and environmental services, for some of those employees that have contact with the public, and fits in the same category, different fund?
Mayor, Councilmember Fiembres, they're in the same category as the bus drivers, and really the fine line there is, can they be socially distanced to do their jobs? And in virtually all of those functions, they can. And I know that one of the arguments is people don't stay away from them when they're on buses, et cetera, but in the routine part of doing their job, they can socially distance. A police officer, a paramedic cannot. They physically have to touch an individual that they're arresting, or physically have to treat that exposes them to the COVID, potentially to the virus.
Sun van drivers might be in the same category.
Correct, Mayor, thank you. So, for example, a Sun van driver that is transporting COVID patients, that physically has to help them in the wheelchair and move them, and can't physically or socially distance, would be one area.
And sanitation workers or environmental service workers, would that be a possibility, because they're dealing with, touching hazard material?
So, Mayor, we've explored that. Again, and just so that you're all clear, my preference is to give everyone the premium pay, because I do think that those that have to work deserve it, and so forth. What we're really talking about here is the federal rule for reimbursement. And so the sanitation worker, the argument is they can perform their job by socially distancing. And so they're in their vehicles, or they're not having to have direct contact, if you will, with the public, like an officer or a paramedic.
Okay, Councilmember Kusacek, and then Councilmember, I believe, Cunningham, Vice Mayor.
Okay. I want to circle back to the information you got last Friday with respect to first responders, because it sounds like that could really be beneficial to us. I'm assuming that there is no cap placed on that. How much do you envision us being able to tap into that? And it'll go on as long as this goes on, right? I mean, there's not a end date on, when Ducey says May 15th, things open up, it stops. This continues as long as we are in a hunker down mode, right?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Kozaczek, yes, this continues. And I can tell you that just in patrol and in paramedics, we can burn through $95 million between now and the end of the calendar year, right? When you dissect it and start, putting it back into chunks, we've run some very preliminary numbers. Again, very preliminary. Will be between 30 and 40 million around in the July timeframe. So we can use those dollars to reimburse that. At least that's the plan. If that's the case, then that takes that cost, if you will, out of the general fund, which gives us some breathing room going into next fiscal year. So that's where I'm headed with that. That's why when I sent that to you all on Friday, I said it's a ray of good news, because it does give us an opportunity potentially, if we can get all the pieces together to work, it does give us a little bit of breathing room.
Yep, good, thanks.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Cunningham, did you have an additional question?
I think I'm going to wait until we start talking about some of the funding. When we get to the part of this item when we're going to talk about the other uses, the alternative uses, I want to talk about kind of framework on what we're going to do. So I want to be really patient with that, and I want to talk about how we don't want to just throw a bunch of stuff out because the second we start, every idea is a good idea, and the second we start having that dialogue, people are going to want to latch on to different ideas. I think we probably need some type of collaborative treatment plan. It needs to pretty much come together as soon as possible, in which we have the county involved, we have local providers involved, we're ordering PPE, we're ordering test kits, and we're disseminating them and operating and getting them activated. And I think that plan has to come together. It hasn't really materialized at the county level yet. So I'd like to see, maybe we can start going that way through our city. And that's kind of my piece on that part.
And that's the plan that let me see. That is the plan that I've asked for in this conversation about how we open. What is the plan to open ourselves up as a city, as an infrastructure in a city, and then we're going to start talking about the $95 million in CARES Act money. But I agree with you, Vice Mayor. You and I have been working on thinking about testing and what is the treatment plan for Tucsonans, and how we partner with Pima County in terms of testing, because that remains, Arizona remains one of the worst states in terms of testing capacity. We're 49th in the nation in terms of testing, so that is something that we should be considering as we continue our conversation. Any other questions? Anyone else in the queue, so that we can continue on with the conversation regarding the small business, the small business or the Business Development Finance Corporation, and our partnership for the Resiliency Fund. Michael,
I just wanted
to
add one final thing, and that is with respect to what you and Paul were just saying. Testing is absolutely a key piece. Contact tracing is a key piece of moving forward, all of that. But to the extent that we can identify big chunks of legitimate uses for the CARES money, and first responders appears to be that, it really eases the strain on the general fund going into next fiscal year. And that's why that is such a key piece of information that
it's really important. Really important, absolutely. City Manager Ortega, the next piece of the conversation is on the Tucson Resiliency Direct Loan Program with the BDFC. You've received some comments from the community and a few of us on the mayor and council regarding the access to this loan program, and then continued definition of how the loan program and the partnership with the BDFC continues. Can we talk about this, and can you expand?
Absolutely, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity. So I did hear from a few of you. I also heard from some community members that were questioning the spirit and intent of the program. And just to refresh everyone's memory, this was the reallocation of $500,000 that was already in the old UDAG account for small business loans, and then adding 500,000 additional dollars from the CARES Act money for new loans. The concerns were that I understand, and I know that some of your colleagues, Mayor, will certainly weigh in. My understanding was the complexity of the process, potential for what appeared to be pre-selection of in the process, the actual loans in terms of demographic of the loan, geographic of the loans, were all concerns that I heard from some of you. So what I did is I called Mr. Melinda with Business Development Finance Corporation and spoke with him on Friday. He informed me that they had not yet loaned all the money. There's about $620,000 left. And I asked him if he could pause that, any additional loans, until I had an opportunity to bring this back to you for further discussion and guidance as to what you wanted to do with that, those additional, those dollars that are still left of that original $1 million. So Mayor, happy, I know that Barbara Coffey is also on the line. Happy to go over any of this in more detail, but I thought I would open it up to questions at this point.
Mr. Manager, can we talk about the eligibility requirements that you'd like to add, or is that Barbara that's going to walk us through the eligibility requirements that have been discussed?
Mayor, I would ask that Barb do it because I know she's been working with you, but keep in mind these are our eligibility requirements that we have gleaned from you all based on the feedback and from some of the business owners. So they're very fluid, they're very flexible. So as you see them, and if you'd like to modify them, we can certainly do that. So Barb, are you on the line?
Yes, yes.
So I'll turn it over to Barbara to take it from here. Go ahead, Barb.
Okay, good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of council, City Manager. Let me go ahead and share a slide with you so that that you can see, and let's see if, oh boy, I'm not sure. Okay, here we go, hang on. Now, we should be getting to a slide for you. Nothing yet? Oh my goodness.
We have it, Barb. It's good.
Do you see it?
Okay.
Here.
Okay, very good. All right, success. So I just wanted to, this is an easy way for all of you to follow along then. As we look at the eligibility for the direct loan program criteria, we're certainly still talking about small businesses, sole proprietors, 1099 contractors, and the 501c3 nonprofits as eligible organizations. But with your input and guidance, we added some additional factors here for eligibility. And so I'll draw your attention towards the lower half of the slide. We are still looking at, again, the businesses being located in the city of Tucson and locally owned and operated with fewer than 50 employees, but also making sure that, again, so that we can increase access, that we give preference to those businesses that have not received PPP funding or other economic relief grants from Rio Nuevo. We also are looking at priority then given to businesses that are women-owned, minority-owned, disabled or veteran-owned, and or located in a low to moderate income area. So again, the idea of increasing access to those businesses. And then geographically, you heard the city manager mention there is an interest in being able to disperse and distribute more equally the loan program funds, so we can look at those from a geographical perspective and make sure that we have good distribution of loans being made throughout the city. And the terms are the same, similarly with our direct loan program, max loans of $25,000 at 0%. So with that, if there are questions or comments further, on the additional revised criteria.
Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Manager.
Mayor, so just as you guys are all thinking about your questions, the way that this will work is if the council would like to change this this criteria that would be for the $620,000 that still remains in the account, if you will, then we would have to revise a contract with Business Development Finance Corp. So that they can go down this path with the new criteria. So I just want to make sure you knew this isn't just a one, make the call and we're done. It really needs a little bit more contractual work in order to make that happen.
Yeah, Mr. City Manager and Barbara, what I have heard are a few things that the concern of a very, very long, complicated application, which is about 17 pages long. One of the issues with that is that many small micro businesses out there don't have the time or the capacity to be able to fill out such a long application. It's not available in Spanish as well. And so I would request that the application process also be whittled down to reflect the one that the federal government put out for the Paycheck Protection Program, which was, I think, about 3 pages long. Another thing is that there was not enough outreach to businesses throughout the city of Tucson, and there was no clear dates to apply, like the application opens up this particular date and closes up this particular date. So there was the perception that it wasn't readily available to everyone at the same time. Is that something that we can also include in the requirements and in the change of our partnership with BDFC?
Yes, Mayor, members of council, and I also do know that Gary Melinda is on our call as well. So he's listening in and hearing your feedback, which is very important. And so yes, there is some ability to establish a range of dates for those applications to be open so that we can receive those applications within a time frame and look at all of these new criteria in order to review and make decisions. Again, I lean on the staff at Business Development Finance Corporation and their expertise to do that, but those are things that we have been talking about since last week as we started to hear some of the concerns. A couple of other things that we absolutely discussed and have been going back and forth is the length of the application, as you mentioned. I know they have worked to pare down a little bit, but I think there's room for more work. And yet, again, I will defer to Gary to share or shed any light on some rationale around what the needs are for that in terms of the application process. But for sure, and I know today I've been working very diligently to get some assistance for the translation into Spanish, and we will have that handled, and that could be as available as soon as tomorrow. So we have a few folks that have been agreeing to help find translation support for the documents.
So before Gary comments, I'd like to open it up for questions from my colleagues on the council. Councilmember Kozaczek is on the queue first, then Councilmember Santa Cruz, then Councilmember Lee.
Okay, thanks. A couple of things. First of all, Barb, how do we ensure that this is available to all businesses and not just our homeboys who know how to work the system? And that I'm not sure that that's what happened the first time, but certainly there was that perception. And secondly, Mike, we got new guidelines for use of the CARES Act, and part of that is support of businesses. And so if these dollars are reimbursable under CARES, why are we limiting ourselves to the money that they've got now? We ought to be in a position of putting $1 million, $2 million in that, so that we're really reaching citywide, not just low-mod areas, but there are businesses that are suffering all over this city. And if we're considering geographical dispersion and these are reimbursable, then let's not limit ourselves to this amount of money that we already have in the pot, and really fill it so we're making a big impact all over the city with this stuff.
Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, the intent was to really work out some of the concerns with the first 620,000. And if the council wanted to expand that footprint and get more out there, quite frankly, I was out on a limb a little bit because you had approved $50,000 as the max loan. And I administratively told the staff that we would go max 25,000 just to spread it out as much as we could. Those are the kinds of things that we're trying to do to get it out. But there were enough concerns about the demographic and the geographic that I thought it was of value to come back and chat with you all. You can give us direction if the criteria is such that you like it and you'd like to expand it, then it's just a function of allocating additional dollars.
Well, are the dollars reimbursable under CARES?
Yes, that Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, that's our reading at this point, is that these would be direct CARES Act dollars, correct?
Then there's no reason for us to limit this to $600,000, and there's no reason for us to limit it to low-mod areas when we're looking for geographical dispersion, and there are businesses suffering all over the community.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why I think that we have to make sure that one of the revised requirements or eligibility criteria is that it's geographically dispersed. And relating to this particular piece of the conversation, I believe that the city manager and Barbara are looking for this direction to be approved. But I would like to give an opportunity for Councilmember Santa Cruz and then Councilmember Lee to ask questions and make comments. Councilmember Santa Cruz?
Hello. So thank you so much for this update and the water. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Can you hear me? All right. So I just wanted to reiterate all of the concerns still that we have around the length of the application. So just want to make sure that we're looking at that before we're trying to provide it in Spanish. And then that what has seemed to be an issue is that there hasn't, internally, whether it's on our end or on BDFC's end, the capacity to have somebody translate this from the beginning. And so I just want to make sure that what happens a lot, especially, a lot of us who are bilingual, that we get asked to do a lot of free labor when we're bringing up issues of how things aren't accessible around language. And I just want to make sure that we are compensating people for providing translations or providing any kind of assistance in making this a more equitable process for folks.
Mayor.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
I appreciate Councilmember Santa Cruz's comments, and we will certainly ensure that we are compensating folks that are helping us with this. It's a big deal, and we need to make sure that we do it right, and so we'll make sure that we take care of that. So thank you for bringing that to our attention, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Anything in addition, Councilmember Santa Cruz?
Not on this end.
Okay, and we have Councilmember Lee on the queue, and then Vice Mayor Cunningham. And then after we give direction to do this, then we'll talk about the memo that Vice Mayor Cunningham, Councilmember Santa Cruz, and I wrote to the city manager and the council to talk specifically about additional investment for workers and their families, for nonprofit organizations, and additional investment for small business opportunities in the form of grants. So open it up for Councilmember Lee and then Vice Mayor Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say I appreciate the iterative approach that we're taking with this program, bringing it back, pumping the brakes, and bringing it back to us today so that we have a chance to have this conversation. I shared the concerns that my colleagues have shared when I saw the list of the loans. There was some misalignment in my mind with what I had envisioned, how this program was going to work with what I saw. So I'm glad that we have a chance to revisit this. And I love the designations that were added, the women-owned, minority-owned, disabled, veteran-owned, and low and moderate income areas. So I really like that. The question that I have is, this is obviously going to be a rolling application process. So I don't expect an answer at the moment, but I'm curious how we're going to continue to prioritize those business owners in a rolling wave kind of process to make sure that there is still capacity to give those loans out on a rolling basis. And I'm also wondering, listening to the application, I know we're going to work on shortening that, but wondering if the small business navigators may be able to assist with that process, because our business owners have a lot of things that they're worried about, and that might be one thing that they could assist with. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Good points. Barbara, did you want to respond, or Mike?
Mayor, Councilmember Lee, thank you for your comments. And I think the question around the rolling grants, having a rolling program may depend largely on the funding capacity. So again, as Councilmember Kozacek mentioned, certainly if we have more capacity, that may elongate the time frame in which we are able to assist. So again, I think that that's a conversation. I know that there is a fair amount of interest and applications that continue to be submitted at the BDFC website. And so they're on hold. They're waiting for this, again, additional direction so that we can determine and have a review in accordance with the new criteria. But with the other question, the other comment about navigators and using them, absolutely, with the skill sets that we have on our team and in our small business navigators, we certainly could put them to good work and assist in a time like this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Cunningham, and then we have to move on to the next item on this particular agenda, which is the continued ideas of investing in workers and their families and small businesses. So Vice Mayor Cunningham, and then I believe we need a motion to proceed with the changes in the requirements and the eligibility requirements for the Resiliency Direct Loan Program. Vice Mayor.
Your Honor, I just wanted to know, in the interest of transparency, are they publishing a list of all the businesses that received money? Are they going to disclose the amounts? I mean, how are they going to have that transparency piece so we know who got money? Or like, I don't know if I want to single out businesses for getting a loan, but I also at the same time at least want to know where the money went, how it was just geographically dispersed. What is the mechanism there to track it?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor Cunningham. We have received reports from BDFC that have been shared with you all, that if you do take a look, they do have the businesses that have been funded at least in the first $300 and some thousand for the PPP program. And it does show them by geographical location. So that is available. I would go back to something Councilman Kozaczek also said. I know you had a concern about whether these are typical clients or whether they are new clients, and I can tell you from that first round of funding, those loans I mentioned for the PPP program in the amount of about $300-some-thousand, that those loans made, all of them under $25,000 to businesses, were all but one were new clients. So there were, then that's about 25 or 30, gosh, the number is there. But again, I think it's something that we have shared with the staff about this equitable opportunity. And I do think these are businesses that are in need, that are coming forward and making an application to utilize this funding in this crisis moment.
Thank you, Barbara. So I also want to make sure that the outreach, I think someone has their mic on. Make sure that that the mic is mute. I just want to also make sure that the outreach is throughout the city of Tucson and equitable as well as bilingual. So all of the requirements that we have in front of us is I need a motion to make sure that they are that the program is adjusted and the contract is adjusted with the BDFC, and then we can move on to the next item.
I'd like to get an explanation from Barb or Gary how they're going to balance the geographical dispersion with the requirement that priority be given to low moderate income areas, because wards 2 and 4 have little pockets of those, but they have businesses that are suffering all over those wards.
So Mayor, Councilman Kozaczek, so the question is regarding making sure that there is some equity in all the wards, even beyond the fact that they're low to moderate, if they're not low to moderate income areas, but there's still businesses that are suffering. So absolutely, I think the opportunity to review for geographical dispersion will give us the chance, and the fact that we can advise BDFC that, as you see in that final bullet point, the priority given to those women-owned, minority, disabled, or veteran-owned businesses, and using the and/or mechanism, and/or located in a low to mod income area, give us a chance to look at both of those things, or either or.
Barbara, I just wanted to clarify too. I think sometimes we use equity interchangeably with like equality, and those are two different things. So what you just mentioned about is like equal disbursement across all the wards or all these geographic areas, and equity is when you take into consideration like past historical lack of investments in certain area. So then you're trying to course correct. So I just want to make sure, because I like those are two different things when we talk about them.
Can I get a motion to move forward if the council is feeling inclined to do so?
Well,
I will make a motion to move. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Steve.
How are we talking about increasing the dollars as well?
Not yet. The conversation is, that's the next conversation we're having.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I have absolutely no problem with women, minority-owned, disabled, veterans, and all that. But there are businesses all over the city that are suffering. And while we use the word priority, that cannot be exclusive. And as long as that's understood, that those priorities may be given, but when we talk about adding dollars to that, we have to make sure that those dollars are made available to businesses all over the city, irrespective of those criteria, or inclusive of, but also inclusive of just the fact that they're suffering.
And I absolutely agree with you, Councilmember Kozaczek, as a mayor and that represent every single Tucsonan in the city. I absolutely want to make sure that that's absolutely clear for our city manager and for Barbara and for Gary. That's why it's so important to have that geographical piece into the requirements, because throughout the city, we're seeing this need. And so absolutely, I agree with you. But I also hear what Councilmember Santa Cruz and Councilmember Lee, Councilmember Fimbres have been saying, as well as Vice Mayor, that we need to make sure that minority-owned, women-owned, disabled, veteran businesses, owned businesses have traditionally been underrepresented in these types of loans. And I think we're seeing it throughout the nation, that many small businesses throughout the nation were not given the access into the PPP because they didn't have even a relationship with a bank. And so we're trying to course correct and make sure that we're very clear with the BDFC as to what the priorities of mayor and council are.
No, and that's true. And there's not a word of that I would disagree with. How are we adjusting the 17-page application form in the context of this motion?
Well, I think that it's very clear that we want, my colleagues on the council and I want to make sure that we see at the most, I don't know if we have to put a number to it, but at the most 4 or 5 page process. The PPP process was like 3 pages long. And so that's why I mentioned at the beginning of this piece of the item that it should be similar to the application that the federal government put out for PPP.
So Gary, are there reasons that it's that cumbersome that you're going to have heartburn in paring it down?
Yeah, this is Gary. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Yes, hi, Mayor Romero, members of the council, Gary Melenda, BDFC, 333 North Wilmot. Yeah, to answer your question directly, we definitely simplified it. We put up something that had a lot of boilerplate and other information. Just to clarify, the CARES Act is not a loan in the traditional sense where you're underwriting, you're looking at financial information. None of that is part of the CARES Act and the PPP. It's simply validating that you were in business on February 15th, 2020, and that you provide information as to payroll. The purpose of the program, as it was written, as the bill was written and interpreted, was to get cash to business owners so they could continue to pass that through to the employees. So it's kind of an apple and an orange, if you think of it that way. Completely different. So a business loan application, the direct loan program, we have simplified that quite a bit. It's still 9 pages, but the application itself is 2 pages. There's a business history, tell us what you do, a debt schedule, which we could probably take out, frankly. We have a resume. We could take that out, and they could attach a resume. There's an information sheet, and the SBA form, the personal financial statement, just happens to be 3 pages. So the last page is the signature page. So I don't think it's terribly onerous, personally. And I agree, when you hear of 17 pages, it sounds ridiculous, right? It does seem bad, and I understand and agree with everything the mayor and council have suggested in terms of making sure it's perceived to be easy to fill out and easy to use. And we did receive 44 applications, so we do have some in the queue, if you will. So, Steve, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah.
But we're happy to work with staff and mayor and council direction.
And that's fair. If we got 44 applications, we probably have 10 times that number who would like to or be eligible to or who could benefit from this. So with this conversation, I'd move the item with these new criteria.
All righty. There's a motion. Councilmember Lee, I believe you wanted to jump in and make the motion, or second.
I'll definitely second the motion. I do have a comment for when we can just do discussion.
So there is a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Lee?
Yeah, and this might be more, this is in the execution phase, the execution piece of these changes. Just to circle back on something that Steve was talking about, the the geographic piece, because obviously Ward 4 is huge. We're about 40% of the size of the city of Tucson. So that is something that I'm very in tune with as well. And then I know Steve was talking about the priority piece, and it is kind of fuzzy to me too in how that will be executed. So I guess I would like to know when that gets fleshed out, how that actually will look in terms of when you get applications and how that will be actually executed and prioritized, so that we can make sure, Steve, like you said, with all these other businesses that have real needs, how that is going to actually look when this gets implemented. So I would be curious to actually see how this is going to be executed. But that's all I had in terms of comment.
Thank you so much. Then there's a motion on the floor and a second. Any other discussion so we could do roll call? No other comments. No other comments. Mr. Clerk?
Mick Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Durham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. The continued pieces of the agenda, this is a memo that was sent to my colleagues on the council and to the city manager, is the piece that we've been talking about, the Resiliency Fund as an umbrella to help the community during these difficult times. This is a resiliency that mayor and council have supported, and that part of the dialogue that we've had, which is the small business component. We're working in partnership with the BDFC. Also, there is a nonprofit component that we are working directly with the Community Foundation for Southern Arizona. And then there's also a workers and their families component that we're working with a Community Foundation for Southern Arizona as well. It is an umbrella to make sure that we're using our CARES Act money, and apart from that, individual contributions to help those most in need. We want to make sure that we're covering all these pieces as we talk about the Resiliency Fund. And Councilmember Santa Cruz and Vice Mayor Cunningham and I believe that we must continue investing in the small business, nonprofit, and the workers and their families component. If the people of Tucson are not safe and healthy, we cannot build a safe and healthy future. So the heart and soul of Tucson are people in this city, and investing in people is how we will move Tucson to relief and resiliency as we move to the future. So I'd like to allow Councilmember Santa Cruz to add her comments and thoughts about what we're proposing and putting at the table for my colleagues on the council to consider, and then allow also Vice Mayor Cunningham to add his comments as well. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. So in the past, couple of weeks, we've had a lot of community come forward and asking us, what are we going to do to help protect our workers and families that have been left out of any of the funding or any of the support that's come down through the federal government. And so we've been, shared stories about like our refugee communities that have not been receiving any of the support. We've heard from even folks who, if you're a U.S. citizen, but you're married to somebody who's adjusting status, you weren't eligible to receive any of the federal funds. But these are all the people on the front lines. These are all our service workers, our domestic care workers that we need, we need to rise up to the occasion to support them. So for me, it was really important that we name the workers and families in our community that have been laid off and negatively impacted by everything that's happening today. And then the other piece is just like part of the conversation that we just had about our small businesses, that we've seen so many of our Ward 1 businesses come forward and, like are part of our community, love our community. They feel like we pay our taxes. Like we try to abide and do everything, that is asked from us. And then it always seems like it's such a uphill battle, to get the support that they also need from us in this time of need. So I just want us to kind of hold that, at the front and center as we have this conversation about why it's so important that we allocate some of our CARES Act funding towards small businesses, workers and families, and also some of our nonprofits here in the community.
Vice Mayor Cunningham.
So this speaks to exactly what Steve was suggesting earlier. We've been working on this for a couple weeks. Again, this is, look, when the CARES Act money came in, we weren't sure what we were allowed to do with it. We weren't sure what we could use it on, couldn't use it on, what would be the best for us. We were able to kind of give it a test drive run, if you will, and that's part of the $620,000 that we're going to continue to allocate. And the idea, as this discussion materialized and evolved over the last month, one of the things we talked about were 1099ers. Those are folks that are gig workers. They have 1, 2, 3 different gig jobs of between 10 and 15 hours a week, and that's how they pay their bills. Or people who are artists, who make trinkets or performing artists. They didn't get anything. They didn't get anything, and they're their own business. They are a small business. And so they were the ones kind of getting left out. And then we still had our brick and mortar businesses that either got the short end on the PPP, got the short end on the EILD, who had as many as 15, 20 employees to think about. And at the end of the day, this was the best option for us to diversify this money and allow us to optimize how we dispersed it to different businesses in Tucson. At the end of the day, this opportunity is going to afford us support for over 1,000 businesses and probably north of 4,000 households if we do it right. And so those are that right there alone is important. That's over 2% of our households, along with another 10% to 15% of our businesses, many who got left out in the cold. And remember, we have some businesses that did fine in this process, talking about the grocery stores, some of the places that run drive-throughs. Their revenues probably stayed flat, but their expenses actually went down. So we have these different kind of niche businesses throughout the city, and this opportunity arose. When we signed the memo this week, the idea is, hey, look, we're going to take a chunk of this CARES money, not too much, because we don't want to overdo it. We're going to take a chunk, a little less than 5% of it, and we're going to set it aside for the Resiliency Fund. Half we're going to put it right back into small business, because we only had 1.1 and that we've had some PPP money, but that's not going to be enough. And at the same time, we're going to take another chunk and we're going to get it to these working families, the most vulnerable people in our population. And that was what we talked about. And as a result, this is what we have in front of us. So I commend the mayor and Councilwoman Santa Cruz for their leadership in this process. I'm glad to be on board, and I'm just waiting for the motion.
Yeah, what we have in front of you, colleagues, is that we're requesting that we add $3 million of the City Cares Fund to go to workers and their families, and an additional $2 million for grants for small businesses. And based on the previous conversation that we had, would the eligibility requirements would be similar, but have not been put together. But that's the proposal we have in front of you. I'd like to throw it back to Councilmember Santa Cruz, just to ask if she has a motion, and then we could continue with discussion.
I do have a motion, and I think the request was also to add an additional 500K specific for nonprofits who are also struggling during this time. So my motion is that I move that Mayor and Council approve the allocation of additional funding through the Somos Uno Resiliency Fund for assistance to small businesses, nonprofits, workers, and families, as we've been discussing, that the additional funding, which will come from the relief funds already distributed to the city through the CARES Act, includes $2 million for small businesses continuity grants, $3 million for assistance to workers and families, and an additional 500K for nonprofit continuity grants.
So grant.
I'll second that motion.
Okay,
There's a
so
second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. There is a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion? And I believe Steve Kozachik is the first one on the queue.
Okay,
Councilmember Kozachik?
Yeah, I was fiddling around here. First of all, we need to make sure that Mike Ortega assures us that these $5.5 million are reimbursable under CARES, and we're not going to want eating it out of the general fund later on. So can we get that clarification? And then also, how are these dollars going to be spent? What are the criteria? What, you know, I mean, this is an ask for $5 million, which is, and all of the recipient groups are totally cool. You know, we get that, I get that, but who's making the decision as to disbursement? How are these people qualifying, and what's the distribution process? So Mike first, I guess.
Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, our reading of the language in the CARES Act reimbursement is that these would be eligible expenses for nonprofits, for the workers' families through a nonprofit, and the small businesses.
So workers' families through a nonprofit is what you just said. I don't think that's what the motion was. It said workers and families.
Do you want to clarify that? So my understanding is that the dollars, in other words, we can't distribute the dollars directly to the workers and families. Those have to be distributed by a nonprofit. And the nonprofits are eligible based on their missions, based on their articles of incorporation.
And so for clarity, then this would be a pass-through to a nonprofit, and the nonprofit would distribute those dollars to workers and families affected by COVID? Is that the intent of this?
Yes.
Okay. Have we identified that nonprofit? Community Foundation or?
Community Foundation for Southern Arizona.
Okay, good. Okay, cool.
I know Councilmember Lee is on the line, on the queue to ask questions or make comments, and then Vice Mayor Cunningham.
Steve basically asked what I was going to ask, where if we were going to be using the Community Foundation of Southern Arizona as a partner, and I'm assuming BDFC for the small business piece. Would that be correct assumption?
Let me see. Okay, I think that these are grants that Councilmember Santa Cruz has talked about, and we have to make sure in terms of the logistics on how the grants, the small business grants, will be distributed. What I do know is that we have to be really intentional but careful about how to put the logistics together to make sure that we're that every T is crossed and I is dotted, but that a conversation remains to be seen. We haven't had a discussion with BDFC, but we have had discussions with the Women's Business Center and the YWCA to see if they do these types of loans. Councilmember Santa Cruz, I don't know if you wanted to jump in.
I think for this piece, I think it's important from the lessons that we were learning with our partnership with the BDFC. I want us to be just very mindful and look at other options that we might have, like one that the mayor just mentioned through the work that the YWCA has been doing. Because it's important that like whatever pass-through agency organization that we have already has these like relationships and trust with the small businesses that need to access the funds, but also is working with like the different chambers of commerce, that's working with the LGBT, businesses, that's working with a lot of like our Black-owned businesses, our Latino-owned businesses, that we're making sure that it's not just like, that it's so broad that all these folks that make us this like super diverse community, kind of fall through the cracks. So I think I want to, before we like jump back into, the conversation or a contract with BDFC, I would like all of us to kind of weigh what other options might be better for a small business continuity grant.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand, because what we just went through with coming back and having to refine what we had voted on because we didn't have the clarity, I think, before. I'm just trying to get to that point so that, and this is a much larger amount of money that we're talking about. So I'm just trying to get that clarity as to what those conditions are that we're looking for. Yeah. So that's just what I'm working through in my mind right now.
Councilmember Lee, are you comfortable with the eligibility requirements that we just approved for the loans? I'm envisioning, and of course, this item is bringing you all of my colleagues on the council and I the opportunity to make a decision on this, and then the logistics, kind of like we worked it out with the BDFC, are going to be put together within the following weeks. But we really do have to move swiftly because there is a lot of need in the community. So I just wanted to kind of ask you if you felt comfortable with the eligibility requirements that we just approved or something similar.
Yeah, so the next, so just so I understand the next step, so we would vote tonight, and then at our next meeting, we would have additional conversation on the execution piece?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
All right, so Vice Mayor Cunningham, and then Councilmember Fimbres, and then Councilmember Kozaczek are on the queue. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Cunningham.
To be clear, today's motion is about the allotment, guys. We've got to say we're going to put this money aside. Then we can go to the different nonprofits and flesh out specifics on the criteria. Look, the specifics on the criteria are moving all the time. We probably need to limit the total amount every 45 days a family can get so we can disperse it a little bit more. We don't want to have a situation where one household is able to get 5 or 6 different chunks of it. That would be kind of unfair. So we have to have those things in place. The idea is we've got to put faith in the nonprofits that are going to disperse this, that they're going to be able to manage that criteria. I don't know whether we'll do it through an RFP or if we'll do it through like a non-binded selection. I think there are different nonprofits around the city. I think our best bet would be to see some collaborations between a nonprofit that does this type of work and working with families and a chamber of commerce. We have 3 or 4 of them, and they'd probably team up and they could do both the business side and the household side. So I think there's some opportunity on fleshing this out. But the bottom line is we've got to set this $5.5 million aside now so it's there. Otherwise, we may not get this opportunity again. So that was kind of why we did the allotment today, and then they'll come back probably by the next meeting or meeting after that to finalize this criteria.
Right, and what I'm envisioning as well is that City Manager Ortega and our City Attorney Mike Rankin really help us move in a thoughtful approach. Also take advantage of the partnership we already have with the Community Foundation for Southern Arizona. So like I said at the beginning, this has to be very thoughtful but swift, because there are many families, small businesses, and nonprofits that are struggling out there. So Councilmember Fimbres and then Councilmember Kozachik.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you just mentioned earlier, we have already people that are families that already can't pay rent for the second, third month. I think as soon as we get to approve this and look at how we're going to operate this fund, I think it should be effective immediately as soon as after the 19th when we meet. And I want to make sure that we have an application. How we're going to track the application and review it by geographic, you know, by the geographical areas that we need to look at this. Dispersion, and also who's going to provide the oversight? Is it community foundation?
You're muted. Regina, you were muted. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was just speaking. So the community, as how we've discussed, the Community Foundation for Southern Arizona will help make sure that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed, and then of course our own finance department. That's how we are envisioning. Hopefully by the 19th we could have, with the help of City Manager Ortega and Mike Rankin, we could have a contract just like we did with the BDFC to start moving forward on dispersion. Councilmember Kozachik, I believe you were next on the queue.
Yeah, so Richard is right. There are families all over this community who are not able to pay their mortgage because they're buying groceries instead. There's unquestionably a need for this.
Is this a loan or is this a grant?
Here,
Mark, you want to mute, or whoever's new.
Go ahead, Steve. No, Steve, go ahead.
So if it's one of the two mics or in combination working on the details of this thing, please don't send this to us on the evening of the 18th.
Combination.
Okay. Don't send this to us on the evening of the 18th and expect us to be able to digest it and react to it. If you guys are going to do this in a sprint, then you cross the finish line a week before we're supposed to cross the finish line, so we can provide some feedback and refinement on this, because it's, as Nikki was saying, it's it's $5 million bucks. And we need to make sure that this just doesn't turn into somebody's slush fund, and that we are responsible from a fiscal standpoint to monitor these dollars responsibly in the community. And as Richard was just saying, so that one fat cat doesn't wind up walking away with half of it. And so I want to see the details of this thing well in advance of the 19th, if that's when we're supposed to vote on it.
Yeah, I do too. Did you hear Mike and Mike?
No. Oh, them? Okay. Oh, them?
Oh, man, you all were muted on that. I'm sorry.
Were we muted?
No, we heard. We'll make every effort, sir. We understand.
Thank you. So we expect you to work 24/7.
That's right.
Yes, ma'am.
Any additional questions or comments? Councilmember Fimbres.
To qualify for the stimulus money or unemployment. And then the other thing is, will this be a loan or a grant? Both terms have been mentioned.
Grants.
These are grants? Okay, good. And then, like I said, can monies be available to families who didn't qualify for stimulus money or unemployment that are out there on their own?
Absolutely. There are a lot of workers that have been left behind from the CARES Act funds. And I know that there should be some priority for workers and their families that are not currently receiving unemployment funds. So I would hope be more than happy to work with Mike's to make sure that there's a good delineation of how the funds will be dispersed. I wanted to make sure that I brought in our city attorney, Mike Rankin, just to see if he wanted to add anything as well.
He should be busy working. Yeah.
Is Rankin?
So, Mayor, members of the council, clearly we'll do our best to carry out the direction and bring back something for you to look at it well in advance of your meeting. There will be a lot of work involved to put this together for you in a meaningful way. So whatever direction that you may be able to provide today would be helpful. As I understand it, the 5.5 million includes the 2 million in grants to business, 3 million to assist workers and families, and then the 500,000 that's specifically set aside to assist not-for-profits. I can tell you that the revised guidance from the Department of Treasury relating to appropriate expenditures of the CARES funds does include emergency assistance, including emergency cash assistance to individuals who have been placed in economic hardship due to the pandemic, which can include rental assistance, mortgage payment assistance, and other types of emergency cash assistance. In fact, the revised guidance even references, in some instances, utility assistance being eligible. So we'll try to incorporate all those things because I've heard all of those things mentioned during your conversation here today. The guidance also includes that grants to small businesses affected by business interruption and unexpected unemployment costs, et cetera, are also eligible. So as the manager had said earlier, I think, I believe and I support the determination that these are CARES Act eligible expenditures. But what we're really going to need to drill down to carry out your direction is how it's dispersed and how it's overseen. Are there caps on these grants for the different categories? And what are the range of types of assistance that they are designed to help pay for? So we'll do our best, but any direction you can give us is appreciated.
Can I make a suggestion based on Mike's statement that
Sure.
Because this is a fast track, 2 weeks, that you guys focus on the family assistance first, because we already have money set aside for businesses through BDFC, but families are immediate needs, and if so perhaps focus on that. So maybe we don't get the whole thing back on the 19th, but we at least get that piece
Start
back.
moving. That's a great point. One of the conversations that I've had is with mayors around the country. Many mayors around the country are using these small business grants, and we're calling it continuity grants for businesses to continue staying in their place. Many of them rent. Many of them need, as they prepare to open, many of them need to purchase equipment that they might not have access to right now, cleaning supplies, hand sanitizers, masks. And so many mayors throughout the country are jumping into doing these small business grants. And we have to remember that in supporting small businesses, we're also supporting workers, right? We're also making sure that those workers are safe and they stay employed. On the workers and their families piece as well. In my conversations with Mayor Garcetti from LA, they have a partnership with MasterCard and a nonprofit that helps the city distribute these funds, and they give food cards, they give gas cards, and they give funds for mortgage or rent. And so including cash, because it's important for people to be able to, if they need diapers for their children or other things that, you know, that food cards don't have. So I agree. We'll move as quickly as possible. Be more than happy to help in any way, shape, or form make this happen. And I think that's that. Mike, what I have seen before, what I've heard from other cities, from mayors from other cities, is these small business continuity grants. They're giving it at about a maximum of $10,000, and that's what I've heard. If you keep it at a maximum of $10,000, it could be a big help for the entire city of Tucson, for all of the businesses throughout the city. And then I believe that we should start with the eligibility requirements that mayor and council just passed unanimously, the additional language, but keeping in mind that we want to be as geographically diverse as possible, because we know that throughout the city of Tucson, small businesses are hurting. And so keeping that in mind. So there is a motion and a second on the floor. Any continued discussion? Okay, hearing none.
Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Manager.
Mayor, I think it'd be of value if you could, as a council, give us the eligibility criteria. And I'm sorry if I'm being dense, I maybe didn't hear it. I understand the business piece follows the motion, or the intent was to follow the motion from earlier. I get that. But it would be helpful if we could hear from you all the eligibility criteria that you're looking for the workers and families, because right now we have nothing defined in terms of what you all are looking for.
Wouldn't Community Foundation be a good resource to begin to glean that from? Because they're not building this from scratch.
Right. What I've also heard from my colleagues on the council, Mr. Manager, workers that have not, they're low to moderate income, lost a job due to COVID-19 and this pandemic. Gig workers and hotel domestic workers, day laborers. That's the type of eligibility that I hear.
We have an Councilmember Fimbres also just brought up about making sure that it's going to folks who have not or did not qualify to receive unemployment. Exactly. And did not receive any federal or state assistance as well.
Right. I think that starts a really good definition. The Community Foundation for Southern Arizona will be absolutely part of this conversation. So are you feeling comfortable, Michael?
I think it's better. I'm just trying to what I'm trying to do is get enough specificity so we don't have to have another conversation about that down the road. Mm-hmm. So we'll take a shot at it. We heard you all make those comments, and so and we certainly will engage with the Community Foundation to give us some guidance on that, so that when it comes back to you, it's got that specificity. Thank you.
And I would just add to that, Mayor and council members, that we'll also be trying to tie it to any of the useful language from the CARES guidance, including, for example, people who are now at the risk of homelessness. Yes. Due to the economic impacts of the pandemic.
Mm-hmm. Eviction prevention is a huge piece of the puzzle as well.
Yep.
Alrighty, so there's a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, can you do roll call, please?
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Come back to
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mr. Kozachik,
Aye.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Hi, it's Nikki. I couldn't unmute myself. I'm an aye.
Thank you.
I'm unmuted. My bad.
Thank you, no problem. We've all done that. So motion passes 7-0. Congratulations all. I think we're doing a wonderful, wonderful action here. Very happy. All righty. Councilmember Santa Cruz, I think you wanted to close this item. Do you still have a comment?
Yes,
Okay.
I do. So I wanted to thank my colleagues on the council for helping us continue, to push this forward. I know that now we're on like week 7. I kind of lost track with this new reality that we have, but I know that from the beginning, it was really important that whatever strategies or whatever we implement at this time, that we're forward thinking about how we're going to do business with the city and with our community moving forward. And so one of the pieces that keeps coming up for me in how we've done business in the past and how I want to make sure that we're not like replicating a lot of the injustices that we've kind of touched on during our conversation today, that I want to make sure that what success is going to look like for the city as we recover is that we're going to have policies that are centered on people and investments that help stabilize our community during this crisis. That's going to help us be a bridge to a more equitable future. We need to make sure that we have, that we continue to implement these like economic securities during the crisis, that we use these stimulus funds to help build that next economy that we so need in the city, that we're forging a new social contract that's going to enable us to all share in this city's prosperity, that we're going to have programs, projects, plans, investments that are actively reducing the disparities, and we're continuing to talk about housing and homelessness and evictions and access to food, and so it's so important that that's at the center of what we're doing, and that we're looking at the impacts, that we're looking at the potential burdens and benefits for the most vulnerable in our community. That includes communities of color, low income, elderly, disabled. So with that, I wanted to add another motion for Mayor and Council's consideration, and similar to the previous one, like it's just to kind of start the conversation and then kind of hash out what this can look like in this particular moment. So I move that Mayor and Council approve an equity assessment of our COVID-19 response and funding allocation that includes all COVID-19 CARES Act funds to various city departments. In order to understand the impacts as we plan for the most vulnerable, we need an assessment protocol that studies, designs, and challenges our own internal city policies and practices, our contracts, our programs, and our budgets to drastically reduce bias that happens both implicitly and explicitly. It's important that we direct our internal departments and community partners who are administering funds to collect and use disaggregated data to demonstrate that relief funds are proportionately awarded to vulnerable communities, including those who generally recognize as requiring equal protection under the law, which is minorities, women, elderly, disabled, and that our focus needs to be on eliminating these inequities and identifying communities who will benefit or be burdened by any given decision that we make, and that we look at the unintended consequences and mitigate those consequences in advance so that we can have better outcomes for everyone.
I'll second that.
There is a motion and a second. Discussion. So Councilmember Lee is on the queue. Anyone else?
Yeah, after her.
Okay, Councilmember Lee.
Hi there. Lane, I just want to acknowledge you for bringing this issue up. I know it's very important, especially as we're making all of these decisions. My question is actually really for Mr. Ortega. In this obviously will involve personnel to execute this this idea, and just wondering if individuals, if you would see this as a COVID-related opportunity for whoever we would hire to do this type of work during this time, because obviously this will be an expense.
Mayor, Councilmember Lee, absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then Councilmember Kozachik?
I'm trying to understand the motion in the context of, for instance, we just had a conversation about using a big chunk of these CARES dollars to fund public safety going forward, which is going to have a very beneficial impact on our general fund deficit. If we throwing a number out, $40 million on public safety, which is similar to the number that Mike mentioned earlier on in this discussion, how does this motion even fit in with that when that's nearly half the CARES dollars? Help me understand how the motion would impact our ability to use these dollars to fund public safety.
I think I don't think I can answer that directly, other than like provide us an index of like, and also for us, a lot of times like things come forward to mayor and council, and it's the first time we're seeing it, and it's like providing another check and balance that provides us like, is this relevant with this program or with this funding? Yes, no. It just provides us a lot more information that we can then make decisions on.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to have to run the allocation of these dollars for public safety, for instance, again, through this filter before we apply for reimbursement?
Councilmember Kozachik, do you think that we shouldn't, or that somehow there are city departments that don't need to have some kind of equity lens or just another checks and balances?
I'm not sure that when we are saying that we can use CARES dollars to fund public safety right now, and that's going to have a direct beneficial impact on our general fund deficit, which is bumping $68 million, that we have a problem in justifying those dollars, that we need to run it through that extra lens. Mm-hmm. I don't see where we have a history of misallocating public safety dollars, that we have to run it through that lens. We have a $68 million problem, and I'm not sure this is a necessary step. I'm not trying to demean the intent spirit at all. Absolutely not trying to do that, but we have an immediate financial emergency in this community. And to the extent that we can use these dollars effectively to get us through this budget problem, I think we ought to be doing that.
Mm-hmm. I think that, Chief Magnus has a way that he polices, right? He believes in a theory in community policing, and I think that we could easily have Chief Magnus and his leadership team take a look at it, and I don't think we should exclude, and I think it could be a simple process as we start, because as we've all said, we need to move swiftly, but I don't think we need to overthink or think that this process has to be a complicated process. But those are just my thought. I know Vice Mayor Cunningham would like to jump in as well, and then if you'd like to respond, Councilmember Santa Cruz. But let's get Vice Mayor Cunningham on the queue.
So the biggest thing is that, one, the idea of having equity assessment is absolutely fine. not just fine and necessary. I mean, it's something we should already be doing. We should be doing it for everything we do, but that's a whole other discussion. In context of the CARES Act, Steve's kind of right about this one piece when it comes to the first responder money and plugging that hole. I think we should definitely do the equity assessment piece to it, but I think we should just do an equity assessment within those two departments overall as part of this, instead of focusing on the COVID money. I think that equity assessment should be done through the department in the context of DMC, disproportionate minority contact, in the context of who's filling their ranks, equity issues at command level, stuff like that. We should do that anyway within those two departments. But I don't think that actually would be part of the COVID response, because the COVID response piece for that specific department is to plug the budget hole. That's kind of how I'm reading it. I mean, I don't know if that's in the spirit of what you're looking for, Lane, but I'm trying to say, hey, look, we need to do that equity assessment in those departments anyway in the context of DMC and how the ranks are spread. But in the context of the COVID money, we're using that specifically for that department because we're allowed to. And we need to have that in order to make to not have a budget crisis, to avoid a budget crisis. Right. So I think that you guys are both speaking the same language. I just think that the context in which we use, in which we conduct that equity assessment, whether within the COVID response or outside of the COVID response, probably has to be delineated.
Anyone else in the queue? No one's in the
Nikki's here. I have a kind of a clarifying question after the discussion on for Lane regarding the COVID, really what the ask is, because the motion was pretty long, and I want to make sure I understand what the ask is, and if there's something that staff is able to do already, or really what the ask is relative to COVID in this instance, after we've heard what Chief Magnus says that they're doing the equity assessment. So I'm really just trying to understand what the ask is and what's on the table at the moment.
Yes, so at the moment, I'm asking that we have an equity assessment of how we use our response, but also how we allocate the funds. That what is happening right now has a lot of particularities, so that what I would hate to see happen is that, like, oh, we had this housing project over here that we're going to use this money to fund that, when there is a specific need, that's related to COVID that we need to, think on our feet and address that, instead of like dusting off things that maybe aren't necessarily the need that we have in our community right now. So that's part of where I'm coming from. I also think it's long overdue for the city to have something like this, the way that Councilmember Cunningham just shared. So I think we use this as an opportunity to start creating some kind of checks and balances for how we govern and how we do our business as a city, that provides a little more transparency to the public. And so the thing with TPD, I think this is like the feedback, the conversation that we need to have and what that looks like. But I think with the intent and the spirit of where this motion is coming from, that's kind of getting into the weeds that I can't answer right now, that we need to continue to flesh out.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So I guess what I'd want to do is make a friendly amendment saying that we complete the community equity assessment as described in the motion. However, we allow our TPD and TFD piece to do that equity assessment overarching, not just with COVID, but the entire kind of kit and caboodle. And that would be how I'd describe, I guess, where we're going, because I know they're already doing some of that stuff. Mm-hmm. So that would, I think, probably help in in quelling some of Councilmember Kozachik's concerns, as well as give some specificity to staff on how we kind of want to see it. Does that work?
Mayor?
Yes, Mr. City Manager.
So maybe I can help a little bit here. First of all, this is not the first time that Councilmember Santa Cruz and I have discussed this. We've discussed this over the last several years and talked through it. And I would agree with her that it's long overdue. I think it's something that we should look at. My nervousness with the way the conversation is going is it's beyond what the original intent or spirit of that motion was, specific to COVID and the response and how we're spending those dollars. That is something that we can accomplish in the not too distant future, and I'll make sure the staff guides me on that. But I think what Councilmember Cunningham is talking about on a bigger scale is where we need to go in the longer term. How we do that right now, I don't know exactly. Simply because I think we're going to be faced with some challenges, with some of the budget constraints that we've got. But what I would suggest to you is if I could get a copy of that motion, we will work towards implementation of that, but in the context of a bigger conversation, because this isn't really about police and fire. This is about our approach to investment on a bigger scale, and so those are just but one piece to it. So if I could get a copy of the motion, if this is the wishes of the council today, then as a part of ongoing discussions regarding the budget and the COVID response, I can give you an update and guide you on some ideas on how we would be able to do this. And again, initially, if you remember, the conversation back in January was I was intending to establish an equity office. Those were the good old days, right? So now what I've got to rethink is how do we do this, and which is an important aspect of what you all are interested in. How do I do this within the constraints that we have, within the resources we have, and all things that go along with that. But we'll work through that, and I'll see if we can't get you something that you can react to. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Just agreeing with everything that has just been shared at the moment, and that really at the end of the day, we're dipping our toes in what this could look like across the board in how we do business in the city.
Mm-hmm. And City Manager Ortega and I have been having these discussions for some years as well, in terms of what the city of Tucson does for diversity, equity, inclusion, and how do we put the intent of being a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive city internally and externally, right? So I think it deserves a longer conversation, Councilmember Santa Cruz, but I do agree that we should be looking at the current fiscal year conversation about our budget and how we're allocating these CARES Act funds and putting them to work. I agree that it's not just police and fire. This is a bigger conversation throughout the city of Tucson, and it's about how we budget internally for our own departments, but how we allocate funds, infrastructure investment, investment for small businesses, investment for families, for parks. So it's a longer conversation that I would like to make sure that we follow up on and we continue to work on. So, Council Member, would you like to either simplify your motion or continue the conversation for the 19th? Or have a vote?
Perhaps withdraw it for now?
I don't want to withdraw it. I think it's important, and I want to put it out there. I know it's a little, there's a lot in it, but it's also pretty open. It doesn't, other than that we're, kind of that we're creating the assessment, and what are some of the things that we need to be thinking of within the assessment. So I would like it to be as is and leave it on the table.
Could you reread it, please?
Also with what Paul had suggested as well, that I'm fine with that. But it was that I move that the Mayor and Council approve an equity assessment of our COVID-19 response and funding allocation that includes all COVID-19 CARES Act funds to various city departments. In order to understand the impacts as we plan for the most vulnerable, we need an assessment protocol that studies, designs, and challenges internal city policies, practices, contracts, programs, and budgets to drastically reduce bias, both implicit and explicit. And then, it's just kind of giving examples of like when we work with community partners that we're making sure that we're collecting and using disaggregated data and that we're making sure that funds are proportionally being awarded across our vulnerable communities. And that our focus is on eliminating inequities, identifying communities who will benefit or be burdened by a given decision, and look at unintended consequences and mitigate those consequences to advance better outcomes for everyone.
So there's a motion and a second. I would like to ask City Manager Ortega, how do we implement it as quickly as we possibly can as we have these discussions with the CARES Act?
So I'm not sure, to be honest with you, right this second. What I'd like to do is chat with the staff. As Councilmember Santa Cruz was reading that, I was thinking about how we could do it. I think that the investment is the investment of the CARES monies are everything from transit to CDBG to the 95 million emergency relief. And so what I'll need to do is think through with the staff how we put metrics together to identify how we're expending those dollars so I can report that. So that's the first thing. But then the second is to help guide you on what those investments could look like going forward. Because I think it's two parts, right? There's my understanding, we can report it and we can tell you what those demographics are and all the things that Councilmember Santa Cruz listed. But then how does that inform your policy decisions going forward and administrative decisions and protocols going forward in a deliberate manner to address some of those issues that Councilmember Santa Cruz just mentioned. So that's kind of just, as I'm listening to the discussion, that's what's in my head is first reporting, but identifying how to report, and then second is guidance for you as the policymakers so that we can move it forward.
Alrighty, so we have a motion and a second. We have the participation from the city manager in terms of being able to navigate this in a swift manner to make sure that we're using our CARES Act, our transit funds, all of the federal funds that we're receiving in an equitable way. I believe I had Vice Mayor Cunningham on the queue, wanted to speak, and then Councilmember Kozaczek, and then Councilmember Lee.
So, Your Honor, I guess where I was going was, it sounds to me like this is actually a really good opportunity for our having the COVID piece first. One, I mean, kind of in a very snidely whiplash way, I'll say. We're now able to allot some COVID reimbursable money to studying some of our practices, which I know that's like should be the last thing on our mind, but it's there. So for me, I think that's a good opportunity for us. The second piece is is that, again, when we're looking at our systems in the spirit of the motion, I like the idea that we're going to be able to look at our systems on how the $5.5 million was just a lot that we just allotted it gets spent. We get to go back and look at the 1.1 million we just spent. We get to go and if we execute some type of community treatment plan that has different resources and different testing sites, we can see kind of how that was spent. And I like that part. And then the other piece is, and I think Lynn and I agree here, is that we allow the specifically the first responder departments to kind of do their own overarching audit of all their practices. And I think that's kind of the spirit of the motion. And I want to just clarify with the manager, are you tracking that? I mean, can we kind of get this jump started in that context?
Mayor, sorry, it just takes me a little bit to unmute. So I'm not sure that we're tracking it the way you just outlined. I think that we're tracking a lot of things and we're going through a lot of internal discussions about, but keep in mind, and I'll be very blunt with you all, that's not been our motivation. Our motivation has been to track costs so that we can get reimbursed and really identify how we bring dollars back in to the organization to address some of the challenges that we have. I'm just letting you know that's been the focus. This has sensitized me in terms of what that investment can look like going forward. And we can track that and then we can help and guide that policy discussion. But I can't tell you with specificity now that we have done it with that lens because I don't believe that we have.
No, I wasn't saying tracking as in that's how you're going to track it. I was asking you if you were understanding the gist and kind of scope of the motion to be able to flesh out a good response.
Am I tracking the motion? Yes. I'm sorry. Yes, I understand it.
So, in other words, if you're understanding, if you guys think you can flesh out this community equity response and also have the overarching piece for the other practices, then I think that we're good to go, and I'm really comfortable making the vote for a yes today.
Mayor.
Okay, so then, yes,
Mayor, I'm
Mr.
sorry to
City
interrupt
Manager.
you. I just wanted to let you know, though, this is a big undertaking, and so I've got to think about how to allocate the resource to start this process and do it in a meaningful way that will help guide you and give you policy opportunities for decisions down the road. So I don't want to mislead you into thinking we're just going to be able to pull this off.
Well, considering you guys have budget, you've got COVID response, you may have CTP in the next couple of weeks. You got all these things coming on. How much time do you need?
I think we're good.
We're going to have you working 24/7, Michael.
Yeah,
I mean, do you want to come back in 90 days and report back on the progress? I mean, how are we going to track this? That's kind of where I'm going with this.
Okay, so Mayor, Councilmember, or excuse me, Vice Mayor Cunningham, we'll bring it back as soon as I can get a beat on it. Right now, I just have to get a handle on what the magnitude of this looks like, because as I mentioned earlier, I don't think it's just that. I have to do it in the context of the overall investment of city taxpayer dollars. And so that's what I'm trying to think through is what is this particular response from the COVID relief dollars? What does that look like in the context of a bigger?
I think, Mr. Manager, I wouldn't expect you to come up with a response right now. I think it's fair that you're asking for time, that you want to figure out how you would start getting it done. And so there's different models throughout the country that could help us through this, and I think that as we continue the conversation with the CARES Act money and how we're budgeting things, it's going to be an opportunity to be able to at least get an outline of what Councilmember Santa Cruz is thinking. And I'm pretty sure that with her background and her expertise that she can lead us into the direction where she where she knows we can get to. So I don't expect all of us to find every piece of the logistics of what the motion is, but understand the intent of the motion, and that we start as soon as possible, really at least putting an outline as to what we want to accomplish with something like this. Alrighty, Steve, do you still have any questions?
I thought Durham also had something to say, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
He's not in the queue.
He's out of the queue.
He's not in the queue, but you are, and Councilmember Lee.
Right. Okay, first of all, to Cunningham's point, we don't have 90 days to study a model. Our staff doesn't have the time right now to be burdened with running all of our COVID expenditures through a much larger lens like this. We are funding entire departments. We are funding salaries and ERE for entire workforces in police, transportation, or transit workers. That's not the kind of thing that, those expenditures are not the kinds of things that fit within a model like this. The spirit is wonderful. The implementation right now, while we're facing a monumental deficit that is going to empty our reserves if we don't manage it correctly, is not doable. And wonderful spirit, wonderful intent. It's something that we should be looking at in terms of how we run the city. But these dollars are not specifically project-related dollars the way we're planning on spending them. And if we don't do it right, we're going to wind up having a mega million-dollar deficit going into next fiscal year that we can't afford to have.
Councilmember Lee.
So as you all know, most of my questions are about implementation of our policy. And I just had some questions for the city manager or for Chief Magnus specifically. In executing this, I know the motion is open for interpretation, but when we get into executing it, and I would like to know more about how this might impact TPD and their current operations. I know that the chief said that it's an ongoing process for them to do these evaluations, but with all that's going on and the crisis that TPD is dealing with, I'm just curious about how this might impact current operations, if anyone could kind of explain what that might look like.
Sure, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Lee, if you're okay with it, I do have the chief, I think he is listening in, and I could ask him to address that from an operation standpoint. So Chief, are you on, Chris?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're a little low, so you might want to either speak up or get closer to the mic.
Sure, no problem. No, I've been listening to this discussion with a lot of interest because I'm very aware, and our executive leadership team in the police department is very aware of the issue of community equity and how that's different than just equality. And so we do try very hard to incorporate that into a wide range of things, ranging from hiring, DMC, community services, and so forth. So this is not just a new concept that we've never considered or engaged. The mayor's absolutely right. Our community policing model has a lot of this. That said, open, of course, to doing whatever kind of assessment the council deems appropriate. And I think we already have a lot of information along those lines, but I just would make the observation that this is a really difficult period right now as far as resources go and expectations. We just have a lot going on at all levels of the organization, including at some of the levels that would do an audit of this kind. So I would just suggest that maybe there really be some thought and time given to, what the immediate priorities are, which are pretty extensive for us. And I won't go into all of them now, but I think some of them are pretty evident and they're quite extensive.
Any others, Councilmember Lee?
I guess just maybe a question back to Lane, given that how, with your expectations on this item, is there flexibility in there with the information that Chief Magnus has said? I just want to make sure that your expectations and with what is currently on TPD's plate, I just want to make sure there's alignment there, because that's really what my concern is. And with what Steve K mentioned, I mean, I just have concern on the current bandwidth of staff members, and there's just so much going on. I just want to make sure there's alignment on your expectations and what we can deliver on, I guess, is really what my concern is.
To answer your question, I actually don't think that, I think what Chief just said about how they've been kind of collecting a lot of this data and information for some time, I think is already super helpful. And so I don't necessarily, I guess I'm kind of like, why are we so stuck on the TPD piece when I guess my approach, or where I'm coming from at this moment, is how do we implement practices that should have been in place a long time in this moment, where we could really mess this up, where we could continue to further harm our most vulnerable communities who have already been living in the margins, and how do we not make it worse during this moment? So that is really the intent of how we do business. And so I'm kind of see that this is a derail by just focusing it on TPD when that wasn't the intention of this. But also in the future, how do we have these bigger assessments with all city departments and how we operate? I want to do baby steps, and a baby step is this specific fund.
And I think that's why it's important, Councilmember Santa Cruz, that the intent of your motion is that we start this process, that we create some sort of framework that is simple, that will not take too much, and that we start the process of what you indicate in your motion. So we have to move on, and I just want to make sure Councilmember Durham is on the queue, but I just want to make sure that that the motion is still on the floor, and that your intent is to start the framework as we move forward. It doesn't have to be complicated, but that we start a framework. And we have much of these tools already. We have what the Housing Community Development Department has been working in terms of the Vulnerability Index, which is the new Poverty and Urban Stress report that we're trying to include it in the consolidated plan. So we have some of the framework already, and that we can get the intent of your motion. If not, we're going to have to move on, because we have many other items that we haven't gotten to, and it's already 4:45. So Councilmember Durham, did you care to add a question or a comment?
I withdraw the comment.
Okay.
Call for the question.
Well, I'll take his place.
Okay, Councilmember Fimbres?
No, I said, Madam Mayor, call for the question.
Okay.
And that's discussion.
And I honestly, I'll take Durham's place real quickly.
Councilmember Kosacek, and then we're going to call the question.
Yeah, TPD, mentioning TPD is not a diversion. About an hour ago, we had the city manager tell us that the news he got with respect to being able to use our COVID dollars to fund operations from TPD and public safety was a big deal. It's a big deal. Staff is overstretched right now. The motion specifically says that we run all of our COVID expenditures through this lens, and we have got an immense deficit in front of us. It's 4:45. We haven't even talked about the 54-page document that the city manager sent out about our deficit. Everybody agrees with the spirit of this, but we can't run our COVID expenditures through this lens right now, or we're going to be sucking air next fiscal year.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second. Mr. City Clerk, roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mr. Durham,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
No.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Motion passes. We're moving on to item 2. Time has been set aside for the Human Resources Director to submit the fiscal year 2021 compensation plan. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, this is the annual review of the compensation plan. Ana Urquijo is available to answer questions and if needed, make a brief presentation. I know the time is short now, but basically the opportunity is for the employees to hear a recommendation. We are not recommending any adjustments to salaries in the coming year based on the financial situation we have in front of us. Ana, did you want to add anything?
Good afternoon. I think it's relatively simple. Honorable Mayor and members of the council, this is a routine requirement or an annual requirement that we come before you alongside the budget recommendation to go over any recommendations for maintaining market posture for employee salaries. It's aligned each year for that purpose with the budget for planning any funding needs. And it's something that has been difficult this year because we've worked on approaching market posture over the past few years, as you well know, with the city manager's employee retention plan. So due to the current situation, the recommendation is coming back that we don't address any cost of living adjustments, that salary schedules remain in their current form for the next fiscal year. And then hopefully we can visit back and pick up where we left off. But at this time, this initiates a charter requirement, which allows for a public hearing to take place. We do have a public hearing with the mayor on the 8th of May, this Friday. I believe it's at 4 p.m., where employees can come forth and comment on the annual recommendation. And that's why this takes place at this time. We then come back to you on the 19th to provide a report of what those comments were. And then we move forward, again, aligned with the tentative budget adoption, with an adoption of the compensation plan for the next year.
Ana, I want to make sure that we're making decisions in a vacuum, that we're actively speaking from our city employees, making sure that the Labor Council and all other city employees are notified of the hearing on Friday. Is that happening already?
We've reached out to all of our labor organizations to advise them of the recommendation. And we will make sure that they know also if, I'm certain that they do, but we will absolutely make an effort to make sure that they know that it's this Friday. And again, they're very familiar with the process. It's an annual process. And it generally is intended under our city charter to allow employees to comment or dispute the recommendation. So again, the recommendation being that there is no recommendation for adjustment makes it relatively simple, but nonetheless, I will make sure that they do know that.
And have we reached out to them through our email system and let them know how they can contribute?
On the actual public hearing, outside anything directly outside of the labor negotiations, I'd have to check with staff, but we can make sure that that takes place as well with our routine emails that go out
to city employees. Yeah, that would be wonderful. Any questions or comments on this item from my colleagues on the council? Okay, so thank you so much, Ana, and we'll see you on Friday.
Will do.
Thank you, Ana.
Thanks.
Item 3, time has been set aside for a discussion of possible COVID-19 premium pay for certain employees. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, we've talked a little bit about this. I know that several of you have an interest in this item and have asked me and challenged me to try to find a way to get pay. I'm supportive of that effort. I just am not comfortable making a recommendation at this point to spend additional dollars without some assurance that we'll get reimbursed. What I would suggest is that you delay any action on this, that this item was brought to you as an update. And once we have more guidance or better guidance and I can give you a higher level of comfort, then we can always go retroactive. We, at the last meeting, I believe it was Councilmember Santa Cruz's motion, asked me to go back to when your executive order went into effect, which emergency order went into effect, which was March 17th. The closest date for a pay period was March 15th. So at this point, we're tracking those employees that we believe may be eligible in the long term from the 15th to whenever the orders are lifted. That's all, Mayor. Happy to answer questions.
Any questions from my colleagues on the council?
Mr. Manager, when will you have an opportunity to let us know when you're going to be looking at this? When you're going to bring this back forward?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, I can bring this back for updates every meeting. Happy to do that. We are getting guidance on a fairly regular basis, and I can give you an update as a part of the COVID response update item. Happy to do that.
Okay, so on the 19th, we're going to hear more from you on this.
We'll hear again, and I will give you an update on the 19th.
And then we'll make it retroactive to March 15th.
March 15th, assuming that at some point we're able to do this, my recommendation that would be go retroactive from March 15th through whenever the emergency.
Okay. Mike, do we have an estimate of how much the premium pay is going to cost?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Cunningham, we do have some idea. We've seen some numbers as low as $1 million to as high as $3 million, depending on who we include. So it will be a few $1 million is what we're expecting. Of course, the longer that the emergency order is in place, the longer that we would be, or that we would keep track of these funds.
Yeah, we probably need to put some type of cap on it eventually. I mean, we're going to have to. I don't really want to commit. I'm not really comfortable committing more than, $3 or $4 million up front.
Okay, so I just want to remind everyone that the possible bill that's being put together by Congress right now does include heroes pay, which is much more expansive, but we don't know when that bill would define and how much Congress would appropriate for this type of heroes pay. Councilmember Durham is on the queue.
This is reimbursable with CARES Act funds, right?
Mayor, Councilmember Durham, it is not. In the way that we've crafted it is not. The only reimbursement would be a very narrow piece that we have chosen not to follow because we believe that it should be reviewed on a broader scale.
Any others in the queue have any questions? No one else.
Yes, Your Honor.
Vice Mayor?
So, like I said, before we go forward, a couple things here. I'd like the clarification that we can get some reimbursement. And the other thing is that I don't want to go, I'm really, look, I agree we need it, but I want to be really careful about how much we're going to allot. I want to cap that, get a number. If it's reimbursable, that's obviously a different number, but we've got to be cognizant of the idea that we can't spend down all of our reserves like that. I just want to be really careful. I understand that it's worth what it's worth, and I understand that we definitely deserve we have a lot of folks in a lot of departments who definitely deserve a little something extra, and we got to make that work. But at the same time, let's talk about, we're about to have a budget discussion on an Armageddon situation, so let's be cognizant of that. That's all I want to
Madam Mayor, how is the county doing this right now, Mike? Mr. Ortega, how is the county doing this premium stuff now? What is their plan?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, their eligibility requirements are very, very narrow. They're basically only for those frontline law enforcement officers that cannot perform their duty without physically touching another person. And so they have made it very, very restricted, very, very narrow in that. And so for the conversations that we've had here, we tried to be more expansive in that, beyond just the first line law enforcement officer or paramedic. We've also included some of the other folks that have to work during this time, such as the ES driver, some of the other areas that you've asked me to look at.
Oh, good. And they have also corrections officers in that mode, right? The jail?
So I believe so, Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
Any other questions so that we can move on to the next item? Alrighty, Mike, I think that there's interest from my colleagues on the council to bring it back as we continue to look at what type of bills Congress puts together, and then how our budget continues to look like. So on that note,
I have a question. How many employees would be eligible for this?
Mayor, Councilmember Durham. So that's really the question that we are wrestling with now, just because we have interpreted people that cannot work remotely and cannot work by social distancing to be eligible, or at least that we would propose to be eligible. And that definition is fluid based on the potential reimbursement from the feds. So that's why I can't tell you exactly. I mean, I would say to you that some of the conversations we've had internally, a patrol officer is one that we would count, but do we count all of the command staff? I've heard arguments that we should count command staff because they go out in the field and they address some of these issues alongside the line officer. I've heard others saying, well, they don't do it very often, so maybe we should exclude them. So until we get further guidance, it will be difficult to give me an exact number.
alrighty. So an item to bring back, Mr. Ortega?
Yes, ma'am, and I'll bring it back as a part of the COVID. If I see that there's an opportunity to receive reimbursement, then I'll bring it back as a formal item for consideration. Otherwise, I'll just give you an update as a part of the COVID standing item on the study session.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We will move on to item 4. Time has been set aside for discussion of the City Manager's fiscal year 2021 recommended budget. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and I must inform you that just myself and Vivian Newsheller will be doing this today. Joyce is unfortunately out. She is out on bereavement leave and is not available this week, so we're covering for it. So if you ask me any tough questions, I'll say I don't know.
Mr. Manager, I don't want to pressure, but we are at 5 p.m. Let's have a good discussion and adequate discussion, but we also want to hear the capital improvement program, and then we need to move on to the regular session. I don't want to hurry up this discussion, but just be mindful of the time.
Mayor, I think you know me well enough that this is probably my favorite topic of the entire thing that we do, and I could talk about it all day, but I promise you I won't. I'm going to just give you some high-level thoughts. I gave you a pretty exhaustive memo that the staff and I put together, really trying to articulate the game plan here for us for the coming year. I should have counted how many times I said uncertainty and how many times I said COVID-19 or pandemic. Just very simplistically, as we've talked before, if the revenues drop the way we're expecting them to drop, and our expenses are held in check the way we are expecting them to be held, this current fiscal year will end with about a $24 million shortfall. Now, keep in mind that does not include the reimbursement that I mentioned earlier, which is the FTA money. I have not built that in, so I'm expecting that could help soften that amount by the end of the fiscal year. We will focus hard on getting that reimbursement, which will give us a little bit of a leg up as we start next fiscal year. As I mentioned to you before, the plan is to gently, if you will, go down the slope of reducing expenses. In the meantime, buying us time to give us opportunity to see what's happening in the economy. The only way to buy time is to use one-time dollars, because what I'm expecting, as I showed you the graphic, and I have here, I'll share it with you just so that you all can see it. If you remember, the goal is to have this as a structurally balanced budget at the end of the fiscal year. So let me get that up for you again, just to refresh your memory on what this could look like. And I think although it's not necessarily pretty, it definitely outlines where we're headed and what we're doing. So if you look at the FY 19-20, you can see where the revenues go down, and then you see that crosshatch area, which equates to about $24 million. The ongoing into FY 2021, the revenues are shown to be down substantially, and what we're projecting is 15% on average between July 1 and December 31. So we may see some months that are down below that, which wouldn't surprise me, but then I am expecting that on average they'll still be down about 15%, and then they'll go up about 2% per month starting in January. The key piece to this is my expectation and goal is that on July 1 of 2021, we are structurally balanced again. In the meantime, this slope, or the gradient of this slope for the expenses, is to reduce expenses by about 1% per month starting now. Now keep in mind that part of that reduction we've already achieved through some vacancy savings and some reductions in expenses and spending. Also keep in mind that the budget as presented to you and will be presented to you as a part of the tentative budget will be the same level as what was approved by the council in FY 19-20. The reason we did that was because it's difficult for us to project what it should be. So what I suggested to the staff is let's start there, and then we'll go down from there, if you will, based on the revenues that are coming in. Last thing I want to talk about, and then I'll open it up to questions, is really the one-time financing or funding opportunities. I gave you several options and ideas that I think could work for you or for us, and my intent was to provide you with options as opposed to saying, here's the way to do it. That way we can kind of work through this over the next several months. No decision is necessary right this minute. It's really more about talking through it. Some of the things that we talked about were the fund balance that we have in the general fund. We have about $66.2 million available. The memo says that no more than $53 million of that should be allocated. As I believe I'd mentioned to you before, I would recommend that if we are going to use fund balance from the general fund, that we not use more than $30 million total. And if you remember the conversation regarding what the shortfall for the 2021 year would be is about $40 million if we do nothing. If we make no cuts, we'll have about a $40 million shortfall. So that's one option, is the use of fund balance in the general fund. Another option is interfund loan or transfer. As I outlined in the material, Water has some opportunities. They are getting ready to issue some debt, capital improvements. One of the options is for us to issue more debt than they would have otherwise issued, freeing up some of their cash for an interfund transfer or loan. That's an opportunity. I also outlined for you certificates of participation refinancing. That could give us a small boost. It would again be one-time money, but there is opportunity for us to do that. We may do that anyway because we think that we can get a good interest rate now, and we may suggest to you, regardless of how we utilize those dollars, we may bring that back as a recommendation. We also talked a little bit about a line of credit. I wanted to make sure that you knew we don't traditionally use a line of credit, but that is something that if push came to shove, we needed to buy some short-term expenses, we could use a line of credit. And finally, it goes the Corona or the CARES Act. You heard me talk about the FTA money. I want to speak a little bit to the latest guidance we got. As you know from the materials, if we go down the same path as we've been going in terms of revenues and expenses and the analysis, we'll be short about $40 million next year. I'm hopeful that based on the guidance that we got, that we can utilize some of those dollars to offset our cost. Again, Mayor, I know that you've been working really hard on revenue replacement, but taking all of these pieces, the revenue replacement conversations, the more flexibility on the language, it could buy us enough time to get past the end of the calendar year and then start to really understand what's happening with the economy in terms of recovery. Then we can make adjustments. In the meantime, my direction of the staff has been and will continue to be that we will cut back expenses at 1% per month going forward. Again, taking advantage of vacancies, taking advantage of opportunities we have now, because what I don't want us to do is live off one-time monies, and then at the end, we find that the revenues didn't rebound, and then we have to make some pretty catastrophic cuts down the road. So I really want us to start thinking about it in that. Last, the 15% in the memo is not necessarily a recommendation for inclusion in the budget. It was to give you a snapshot of what a 15% reduction would look like as the board should the projections that we have, have come to pass. That those are the kinds of issues that we would have. Anything that is there that's one time would have to be carried forward in subsequent fiscal years. That's all, Madam Mayor. I'd be happy to answer questions. You're muted, ma'am.
What I did notice, and I think you just addressed it, but I'd like to expand, is that this particular budget that you submitted to us does not take into account any of the CARES Act funds or the transit funds or any of the other funds that we could potentially receive and work with to cover some of this deficit. So will you be presenting a budget that's more reflective of the invoices that we've procured already and the possibility of using the CARES Act money for filling these holes?
Sure. So the budget will have the CARES Act monies built in. The difference is how, so for example, earlier I said that we've already submitted about $9 million in expenses. Those expenses were above the cost that we would have otherwise incurred. So those will be reimbursements for those costs. What I'm hoping we can do ultimately is identify ways to reimburse us for some of our ongoing costs. And so that's why that conversation around public safety and payroll costs becomes so important, Mayor, because if I'm able to identify another funding source for that, it takes it off of the general fund and I don't have to worry about it. And since I just got that on Friday, I'm still working through what that's going to look like. But ultimately, the one-time monies are the same. The need for the one-time monies are the same going forward. It's just a matter of, are we able to take it from CARES, or do we take it from fund balance, or do we take it from some of these other one-time sources?
Well, but what I'd like to see is make sure that we are including what you're doing with this particular budget as you presented it to us. You're just subtracting, and you're presenting to us a budget with a 15% reduction, and so every department reduced their budgets by 15%. And that is concerning because that really is not the reality that we have in front of us. What we have in front of us is that $9.5 million have been invoiced already, and we have that check. That $9.5 million will help us a lot with the expenses of what we put in from general funds for our transit system. And then the $3.5 million, which is, I get you, that $3.5 million is above because of COVID-related expenses. But I also want to see the possibility of using these funds for the police and fire expenditures, as you put. So what I'm saying is that the budget we have in front of us really is not our reality right now, because we are receiving CARES Act funds and we can fill these holes with some of these funds. So that's what I'd like to see.
Sure, Mayor, I'd be happy
I'd like to see a budget where we see these additions from what we've invoiced already, and your thoughts on how we continue tapping into those CARES Act funds that are permissible, that will help our budget.
Will do.
And anyone on the queue? Durham. Councilmember Durham?
Yes.
And then Councilmember Kosacic.
I understand the exercise of asking each department to look at how they would implement a 15% cut. I also want to be clear that, so our employees understand that this is not the agreed upon course. I want more conversation about the how to use the CARES Act, $95.6 million, and how to use the FTA grant of $44 million. Why were the CARES Act not represented in the CARES Act dollars, or the transit funds not represented in the budget, or in the potential cuts presented by the departments?
Mayor, Councilmember Durham, we just got guidance on Friday on the payroll reimbursement. We have not had an opportunity. That's the biggest opportunity for us going forward. But also keep in mind that there's two parts to this, right? One of them is what I'll call the shortfall that we have to make up in the short term to get us to the end of next fiscal year. But the other one is the ongoing cost associated with that. And when I look at the ongoing expenses against the ongoing revenues, there's a shortfall. So it's the CARES dollars, the the FTA money is one-time money, which delays the conversation to give us more time. So I see all of these one-time conversations as delaying a decision based on and hoping that the economy recovers in a way that we don't have to make the kinds of cuts that we've outlined here.
So additionally, I want to know how employees can be redeployed in lieu of furloughs, and I want to see line item cost for the recovery for cuts to programs. For instance, cutting TC3 is included as an option, but mayor and council didn't see what the cost savings would be to the system that would result. And I think in a lot of other instances, the cost savings weren't presented.
Okay.
I believe Councilmember Kozachik is in the queue as well.
Just a couple of comments, and then I'll just send the rest of them by email, Mike.
All right.
First of all, I think the idea of going month to month as we get into the next fiscal year makes a lot of sense. It's what households do all the time, tracking our costs and cash flow. And so we should be able to do that as well. I understand we're a bigger organization than a household, but the principle should be the same. I'm not at all comfortable using $53 million in general fund reserves. We do have the option that you mentioned of financing $10 million for Tucson Water's CIP and not spending that down, and not spending down the general fund reserves by that amount. So that's something to consider. You mentioned a refi on existing COPS. That might make sense during this market, saving even more of our reserves. But we have an ordinance in place right now that if you're, because you said a minute ago, unless I misunderstood, that you're talking about going out to get new COPS. The ordinance says that that has to come back to mayor and council because it is a general fund, the debt service is general fund. So just to remind you of that if it's a refi, that's one thing. If it's new COPS, that's another. And I for one, I'm not going to support new COPS debt because it's just going to further exacerbate the general fund deficit. Yeah, a comment in there about Visit Tucson and looking at that relationship. We're not even close to hitting the $9.4 million threshold where the additional funding kicks in, are we?
Not at this point. I don't know that we're going to make it, but we'll see how that goes. Keep in mind we were tracking pretty well before this all hit. Actually, we're way above on tourism before this all hit.
Yeah. So 45,000 from mayor and council. That ought to be a no-brainer. That's also a thought of are we having conversations with the county about cost sharing or work share with things such as attorneys and PDSD and streets and parks and IT, some sort of consolidation of functions. I asked last time how much we saved for each furlough day. That wasn't included in the report. Just skimming through these parks. Right now, we're not offering rec classes or programs, and while that sucks, we may want to consider looking at what that would save us if we extended that through fiscal 21, as opposed to laying people off. Tucson Fire and Tucson Police, I don't think it makes sense to eliminate any of our planned academy classes. We're below staffing now, and all we're doing is really treading water for attrition, and I don't think those are wise places to look to save dollars. HCD has 16 vacancies. We should offer that to city workers to transfer in lieu of layoff or furlough. You mentioned cutting frequent transit network routes to 30-minute service. That simply makes them no longer frequent transit routes. I don't see that making much sense either. Sunlink is down 83% in ridership. There are no students, there are no bars, there's no riders. I think we ought to consider really cutting back on those hours until we see what happens on campus this fall. And I will just save the rest of them.
Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, and I'll go back to Councilmember Durham as well. page 19 outlines the savings for that TC3. I just wasn't sure the page number, but you can find it at the bottom of page 19 there. Councilman Kozachik, and going back to Councilman Durham, the redeployment of staff, everyone that we can find additional work for, other work for, we've done. We have redeployed already upwards of 70 people. I expect that number to grow even more, and that's mostly some of the Parks and Recs folks, as well as some of our administrative folks that are short on work right now. If you noticed, I have not talked about furloughs or layoffs at this point. As you know, and I've said to you before, I would like to avoid that if at all possible. I think we've got some strategies to at least delay that conversation. I can't tell you with absolute certainty that we won't ever have it, but certainly we've got other options. If you remember about 2 months ago when I instituted a hiring freeze, I instituted that across the board in both the general fund as well as enterprise and slash special revenue funds. So that gives us some flexibility. So I'm working with the directors to move folks, particularly in some of the areas like housing, community development, and also in water as well. So we're all over that. I can tell you that the academies, and Councilman Kozachik, you mentioned that, the academies are not on the table at this point. I don't see how, given all of the challenges that we've had in filling some of those positions and the overtime that's caused by not filling them, those positions, and the amount of time it takes to go through that process, I don't see that as something that we need to be considering at this moment, and we'll have to make that decision down the road. If we're not able to afford them, then we can have that discussion. But that is not something that I am recommending at this point.
Well, I don't have it directly in front of me, but there was something in here that said that the next fire one was going to be next on. So that's the reason it perks my curiosity up. One final thing real quickly is that under environmental services, there are certain services that our residents value and that we need to preserve. Recycling is one of those. Dumping that program is not something I think we should have on the table. Frankly, I don't think Republic is in compliance with their existing, the terms of their existing service agreement. They need to step up and partner, and right now all they're doing is cost shifting to us. And so that's the conversation, the hard one that they need to be brought to the table at, and I'm happy to line item where I think they're out of compliance with their existing deal, if you'd like.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Mr. City Manager, again, I would ask that as we proceed with the budget discussion on the 19th, we need to see a budget, because I just don't think that we have the entire picture in front of us. I think we need to make sure that we all echo what Councilmember Durham said, that I'd like to see the invoices that we've already procured, $9.5 million for our transit system, and any additional funds from the CARES Act money included in the budgeting process. As I see this budget with a 15% reduction on police and fire and other departments, it is not what we have in front of us. But I see what you were trying to do in terms of if we were to get to a point where 15% reduction this is what it would look like. What I'd like to see going forward is more of a more complete picture of the reality that we have in front of us, and that possibility of being able to tap into CARES Act funds for both our transit system, which we put about $45 million of general fund in our transit system, so that it could buy us time as we prepare to see how the economy springs back up from what's happening right now. So if I can echo what Councilmember Durham commented at the beginning, I'd like to also see the complete picture of the budget. Anyone in the queue? I believe Councilmember Durham, you wanted to add.
Yeah, which bullet point is it in on the bottom of page 19?
The fifth bullet point, third from the bottom. It says eliminate 3 civilian FTEs.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And TC3.
So, but the more important thing is, what is the costs? The existing cost savings don't account for the purpose of TC3 to reduce strain on the 9/11 system. What is the cost savings in light of that?
I'll get that information for you, council member.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mike, really well done on the memo. I think it really outlines all the different possibilities that we have, and it lays some dose of reality to people who I think really don't understand all the stuff we're kind of moving around to make this work. I wanted a couple clarifications this afternoon. My first one was about on page, I want to say it's 2, we've got our $24 million deficit that we're projecting for 1920. Does that include a portion of the FTA money that's already been reimbursed on our revenue side, and does it include any CARES Act reimbursements on our revenue side?
It does not on either case.
So, and if it comes through, great, then it's a different conversation that we're having. So I think that's a good thing to understand. If we see that revenue reimbursement on both sides, best case scenario, say we get 63 million out of that, then I think 21 we're looking pretty good, and then we've got other things to change. Do we still want to proceed with that 1% decrease per month?
My recommendation is that we proceed with that. I don't have the certainty that I can give you, even though we do have opportunity for some of the CARES, we do have opportunity for the FTA. I can't give you the guarantee that that's going to be enough given what we're seeing. So what I've suggested is that the 1% doesn't have to be draconian right this second. We can take advantage of vacancies that we've already got budgeted going forward. We can take advantage of scaling back some of our expenses, some of our travel and training. Those are things that we can do to make sure we don't paint ourselves in a corner. Because one of the concerns I've got is, again, these are one-time monies, will buy us time. At the end, if we don't have opportunity to see those revenues go the other way, then we're faced with radical cuts then. And what I'm trying to do is get away from that, where we can do it in a gentle manner as opposed to a radical cut overnight.
Let me give you the next piece of the scenario then. If we have the one, let me ask this second part. How much of our reserves have we had to spend down at this point?
We have not spent any of it down.
So the bottom line is that for now, it sounds like we can, as long as the CARES Act reimbursement comes through, and even the FTA kind of notwithstanding, we're probably going to be fine for fiscal year 20. And it's just a matter of the waiting game and that unanswered question, because that's really the only real budget discussion we can have is based on whether we do or do not get that money, right?
That's correct. And Mayor and Vice Mayor Cunningham, if we don't get reimbursed, if we're not able to utilize those dollars for these purposes, then our lives get really complex because now we have no other mechanism other than reserve or refinancing, those kinds of things.
So, and that's why we have these strategies developed, which is perfect, which I'm fine. So for now, I like, again, we just kind of have to wait and see. At this point, that 1% can get worse and worse and worse, but it sounds to me like depending on how the economy comes back is another piece. I mean, if we're running at 85% June through, you're predicting that we're going to be running around 85% on the aggregate June through December, and it could be worse, it could be better. So I think that, again, I appreciate how we have a contingency. This is almost, I guess I'd almost call this a contingency budget at this point, for what basically might be the worst case. Is that a good way to characterize it?
I would say that I wouldn't call it the worst case. I would call it the best information we have today. And if you remember when Joyce was here last time, she mentioned that our revenues in March were already down 20%. So we had only expected them to be down about 25% from now through the end of the fiscal year. Keeping in mind, we have not seen the March revenues, from March sales, which come in May, and then the April sales, which come in June. Those are the 2 months that, in my opinion, are going to be the worst. So if they come in at the 25% and all the numbers hold, then everything you said is right. Then we're good. If they don't hold, then we are going to tap into reserve, regardless of the CARES money right now, because that's what I'm expecting. So,
but even if they're low, Mike, it's going to be a nominal dip. We're not going to take. It's not like it'll be 2-3% of our reserves. It's not going to be a substantial piece.
2-3%.
It depends on what revenues are. You don't know that. We don't know what the revenues are. You're looking at the picture. Oh.
Right, but if the revenues aren't going to be zero, Steve.
Yeah, they're not going to be zero. I don't think they'll be zero.
Of course not.
All right.
I think
I'm just trying to get a very realistic piece of it. So it really all depends on the CARES Act reimbursement eligibility and we're allowed to use. Let me understand this. Is it already guaranteed that we can use some of the FTA money for transit at this point?
I don't want to use the word guaranteed. I can tell you that we submitted our costs from January through March. We got a $9 million check for those expenses. So right now we're going down the path that we will be able to solidify probably in the 20 to 25 million range this fiscal year, with the rest of it coming next fiscal year. We're gonna maximize whatever we can get. We're gonna get, and I'm hopeful that will offset what we were projecting as a loss in the current fiscal year, which then gives us opportunity, if we are able to get reimbursed for that we'll call it the federal reimbursement relief dollars. If I get reimbursed for the payroll costs for police and fire, then that gives us a leg up for next year. That's what I'm trying to get to, so that ultimately it's a very gentle slope, because we don't have this radical drop in that we have to make up. Those dollars make up for that drop.
So FRID, we'll call them FRID dollars, federal reimbursement dollars. I think that on the next memo you write, you should have an item FRID in our charts, just so we can track this. And then you can have it say with FRID, without FRID. And I think that might help us kind of, and in the interest of transparency, in the interest of the community who's trying to be along with this, I think it would be a really good way for us to kind of see that back and forth. Because here's what's going to happen. With the memo today, some people are going to say that's the gospel. They're going to go around and go, well, they're going to cut everything and blah, 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 and it's a disaster. And some people are going to go, oh no, they're going to get all this federal money, and Trump's going to say that it's probably a little bit of both. It's probably somewhere in the middle, but at least we can give that transparency to the public. So that's kind of where I'm going with it. And I think that
Vice Mayor, I think most of us are asking for the same thing. Councilman Bergeron mentioned the same thing. I mentioned the same thing, that we want to see a clearer picture of what the reality of our budget is, even if there's some question marks about the CARES Act funds. It sounds like that we all received additional input and information on how we can continue using the CARES Act. And one thing we know for sure, $9.5 million has been invoiced, and we've received a check for that money, but it's not reflective of the transit item that you have in front of us. So we want to see those.
I yield my time.
Right. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm sorry. We want to be able to see those numbers reflected on the budget that we see May 19th. There's no one on the queue for the item. We're going to continue having discussion on May 19th, and you wanted more input than direction, Mr. City Manager.
That's correct, Mayor. You guys have done what I've asked you to do, which is really poke holes in what we've put together. I mean, this is our best estimate. This is our best approach based on what we see and us and our vantage point. You have a different vantage point, gives us opportunity to incorporate your thoughts and your ideas and your questions, and challenges us to think about it a little deeper, and we'll certainly do that.
Thank you so much, Mr. City Manager. There's no other people in the queue, and so we're going to move to item 5 really quickly. And I wonder, Mr. Clerk, if we need to have state and national legislative updates if Andrew already presented at the beginning of the...
Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Greenhill presented most of the state and national updates. He also provided an email to the council with the questions asked by Ward 5, so that would be up to your discretion.
Yeah. All righty. So I think we're going to have to not do item 6, which is state and national legislation, and then move quickly on capital improvement program. And the capital improvement program item is also a discussion only item. So
Mayor, we're running low on time, so and Vivian was ready to go with the information. Thank you, Vivian, for your work on this. I'll just quickly cover the high level, and then if you don't mind, I'll turn it over to Vivian to make the comment. This is the first time we've attempted this, and this is something that we've been working on for a long time. This is an opportunity for us to really see a bigger picture of all of our capital improvement programs. It really came about, in my mind, as a part of the impact fee discussion we had last year. Some of you kept asking for a bigger picture, a more complete picture of what these projects look like, and so we really got busy on that. Unfortunately, it had to be delayed many times now because of the COVID. We were ready to go even in February, and we decided to hold off on it. So with what I'll do is I'll turn it over to Vivian just to kind of talk a little bit about it kind of high level, and then we're happy to answer questions. We won't go through every slide, not every bullet point. It's just really an opportunity for us to present to you what our thoughts are there. Then we'll answer questions. Vivian?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Do you want me to bring up the PowerPoint, Mike?
Vivian, I'd say it's kind of late. Why don't you just hang loose on that? Go ahead and go through it
all right,
quickly, and then we'll go from there. If there are questions and you think the PowerPoint might help, okay, you can certainly bring it up at that time, okay?
I could do that. So I'll just talk through really quickly. So annually, departments compile or assemble what's called a 5-year capital improvement program. What's in front of you now, or what was submitted to you as item, I believe, number 6, is the fiscal year 2021 through fiscal year 24-25 proposed capital improvement program. The first year of that budget is, or the first year of this proposal is included in the recommended budget. So I just wanted to point that out. In total, the 5-year capital improvement program is about $1.3 million. The first year is $351.4 million. So the proposed 5-year program is funded and balanced by departments. Now changes due to COVID were not included because we had already completed the preparation of this exercise. So we forward and left the numbers as they are, or as they were at the time when we completed the budget. Mayor and Council will adopt, like I said, the first year of the program as part of the overall recommended budget. Non-city funding commitments from previously approved grants, such as from grants from the Federal Highway Administration, the Federal Transit Administration, are included because those can run multiple years. We also fund these projects or some projects with RTA IGA agreements. So in total, like I said, for the first year, the proposed budget is $351.4 million. The majority of that is related to transportation and mobility. The total comes to about $129.4 million. Next is Tucson Water, $94.5 million. Then you'll see the others on slide, I believe, number 5. Which are housing, environmental services, the Prop 101 Better Streets and public safety, or public safety, safer cities dollars, and then we also included the Prop 407 Parks and Connections.
Hey Vivian.
Yeah.
Let me interrupt you for just a quick minute. I know you just went through the first year. I would open it up to questions, just to kind of give the council an opportunity if you have any questions. I think you get the gist, council, on mayor and council, on the approach that we're trying to take here. Again, a more holistic view of capital improvement planning and programming. I can tell you that this first pass is really an opportunity to put everything down on paper, develop a scheduling, which is what Vivian just went over. But ultimately, I see this as an opportunity to work with you annually to talk about how this can feed into all of the initiatives that are out there, everything from Plan Tucson to Move Tucson to, just pick it, right? All of the initiatives and all the things that are going on out there. So, Mayor, I just thought I'd throw that out to you. I know we're running short on time. Sorry, Vivian, didn't mean to interrupt you. Just thought I'd give the council an opportunity.
Yes, 100% where you are, Michael, that we have to be, as we think about the capital improvement program, we have to think about how we connect it to our economic initiatives in our economic development planning, how we connect it to our corridor improvement projects throughout the city of Tucson, especially now, in terms of where we are economically with the pandemic. And I also had given the opportunity for our council colleagues to think about the needs of infrastructure in their wards and make sure that we're lining those needs up with this particular program. So just wanted to see if there's any comments, input, or questions for the city manager or Vivian from my colleagues.
Yeah, I'm on.
Okay, Councilmember Kozachik?
Yeah, just 2 real quick ones because I know we're late. I didn't see any funding capacity built into Tucson Water for PFAS remediation. How are we handling that?
Vivian, do you want to try to take a shot at that? Or do you want me to call on Tim?
I would call on Tim, Mike.
Okay, Tim, are you on?
Yep, I'm here.
All right. If you could answer that, I appreciate it.
Yes, so the current projects going related to PFAS are an expansion at TARP that is ongoing right now. There's a $16 million investment going on there. That is the 10th well, the pipelines and connections, and it includes an expansion of the AOP, advanced oxidation process, and the GAC, although that's mostly targeted at the existing plume and the existing concentrations of contaminants. There is money in more on the operating side to do the studies that are necessary to identify the actual eventual treatment and containment that would occur at both the area north of Davis-Monthan Air Force Base and the area north of the Arizona Air National Guard. I will have more to report at the June 9th meeting because that's our next quarterly update on PFAS. There's been some significant action taken by ADEQ and authorized to begin July 1 that I would like to really highlight and feature for you. That is a significant step toward addressing the more regional and the longer term issues. But that's the status of it. In this next year, it's really to the tune of $1 to $3 million that could be expended in order to get to the point where actual treatment or containment could be installed.
Okay, that's fair. June 9th is fine. I'd ask Mike Rankin also to include in that report that where we are with our 3M litigation and on the June 9th. And my point was, though, that $1 to $3 million is not going to cover the PFAS obligation going forward for capacity and for everything that we know. So that's the reason I asked about the funding capacity left for remediation. This is because it's a 5-year plan. We're going to need to have more than that.
That is correct.
The second point is that the Broadway widening and the downtown links are listed as proposed projects. They're not proposed, they are committed. I'm not sure that matters in terms of the terminology. And finally, the question is page 3 of the financial report. Why does the PAG commitment fall off the table in 3 years? Is that RTA money anticipated to end, or where's the RTA included in this report?
Diana or Vivian, do you know the answer to that?
Mr. Councilman Kosacek, what page are you referring to?
Page 3 of the financial report.
Page 3.
Diana, are you on?
I think that's that's part of the agreement.
I can answer that.
Yeah.
Our commitment through RTA for support of the streetcar actually does fall off at that time. So that's why that money drops off.
Right. That's right. So we pick that obligation up.
Thank you, Diana. Thanks, Vivian.
Alrighty, we had Councilor Durham and Vice Mayor Cunningham on the queue for Vivian. But if you can make your comments short and to the point, please.
I withdraw my comment or whatever.
Thank you, Council Member. Vice Mayor?
I have no comments at this time.
Alrighty, I think we still have some time to give our input and our feedback to the city manager and include the projects, the infrastructure projects that you all want to or don't see on the list, and include them to Joyce and the city manager so that we can continue putting items to that list. With that, I am going to have to move forward. We are not doing item 6, which is state and national updates. I think we received a pretty good report from Andrew Greenhill. Item 7. Does anyone have any items to remove from consent?
It's 4 bills right now.
We're hearing you, Mark.
No problem.
Mayor, it's Mike Rankin. On the consent agenda, the IGA for the TUSD SROs, it just has some incorrect dates referenced in it, and it's actually for the current school year ending in 2020. And by executing the IGA, it'll allow us to recover our costs through our prior agreement with TUSD. But the actual document had some wrong dates in it, so I just wanted to note that for the record, and that if you approve it tonight, we'll clean up the dates before we execute it.
And I also, on that particular item B on the consent agenda, we also asked TPD about the possibility of tapping into those funds if our officers are not serving as SROs. And the response was that usually our patrol officers are put back into patrol squads, and so we wouldn't be able to tap into those funds. So there also might be a diminution of funds if school is not back in session this coming school year.
Right.
So that's something that we need to, in terms of our budget, we need to take a look at if we can't tap into those funds. But thank you for bringing that up.
Madam Mayor, is
Yes.
Adam Greenhill, do we know when they're going into session, the state legislature? Have we heard any reports?
Never.
Mayor?
It was item 6.
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, there's no consensus, and that's putting it nicely. There's no consensus right now about when the legislature may come back into session. There's strong differences of opinion, and there's no guidance at this point. If there is a likelihood that they'll go back, I will let you know as soon as possible.
The other question, Andrew, is that there's 4 bills at the national level pushing vote by mail. Can you track those for us and make sure that we want to sign on? Because that's going to be safer for all of us while we're going through this pandemic.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
And Councilmember Fimbres, that is something that I have signed on to, and will be sending letters of support to our congressional delegation as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for doing that, being so proactive.
Thank you. Any future agendas?
Nikki and Durham and I had one that was not included in the May 19th draft agenda that Roger has. He should circulate.
I had not seen that, but Roger Randolph, our city clerk, sent it to me. So I think we can continue discussing for tomorrow's agenda committee meeting. Okay, cool. Study session is adjourned, and I'm going to be generous with our break. I'm going to ask for a 15-minute break so that we can all stretch our legs, use the restroom, kiss our kids, whatever we need to do, and then come back into our regular agenda. Is that okay? Okay, perfect. So meeting is adjourned, and we will meet in 15 minutes for regular session. Thank you all. Alrighty, let's start. Council will stand in session. Roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham.
Here.
Mr. Durham.
Here.
Mrs. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Fimbres.
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek. Mayor Romero.
Here.
Here.
I am going to take some time for a point of privilege. I know that we have counseled the invocation and the summary of current events, but I would like to offer a moment for Councilmember Fimbres to read a prayer as an invocation tonight, and then he also wants to pay special tribute to victims of that have lost their life because of COVID-19. So, Councilmember Fimbres, it's all yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I read the invocation, I would like to have a moment of silence for the 105 Tucsonans who've lost their battle with the COVID-19 virus. Thank you. I'd like to do the invocation. It's the prayer for elected officials. Lord, I pray for all government officials and especially for the leaders of my own country. I pray for the president that he conducts the affairs of national government with wisdom, bravery, and true justice. I pray for the members of Congress that they may truly represent the needs of the people and work harmony for the advancement of all men, women, and children. I pray for the judges that rule the courts of our land, that they may balance justice with mercy and civil law with divine mandate. Grant all our national, state, and local leaders the gift of wisdom, justice, counsel, and fortitude, that they may conduct the affairs of men and women in accordance with the will of God. Grant all men and women the gift of respect for lawful authority, justly exercised, that we may live as a united people, one nation under God. May all the governments of the world seek to reconcile power with the needs of society. May they all strive to form bonds of unity between countries, that we may one day share a united world of prosperity and peace. Amen. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Fimbres. Really appreciate that. Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
Where is it?
Mr. Clerk?
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions. Why not come?
I think Roger, I think you're muted.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's communication number 129 dated May 5th is received into and made part of the record. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none. Item 3.
Mayor and Council report, summary of current events. They still can't hear me.
Roger.
Mayor and Council report, summary of current events. Mayor and Council report, summary of current events.
I have to have those. City Manager's communication number 122 dated May 5th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have any to report at this time? Let's start with Ward 1.
Nothing at this time.
Vice Mayor Cunningham. Councilmember Durham.
Yes. My office is hosting a City of Tucson Economic Overview session for constituents. The event will be held next Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. and will be over Zoom. City Manager Ortega and Tucson's Director of Intergovernmental Relations, Andrew Greenhill, will join me for an important presentation of the city's proposed budget and the use of congressional relief funds. If you would like to attend, I invite you to either email ward3@tucsonaz.gov or read my newsletter that will be out this Friday and available on the Ward 3 website.
Thank you, Councilmember Durham. Councilmember Lee.
Yes, we do have some news from Ward 4. Since we are not able to do town halls in person, which I know is frustrating to a lot of us who like to be out there with everyone, we are going to do a 3-part virtual summer town hall series focused on core services. The first of those is going to be this month, May 27th from 5:30 to 6:30. We're still working out the mechanics of how we're going to do that with Microsoft Teams, and we'll be posting that shortly. But that will be May 27th with Tucson Department of Transportation and Mobility. Our June one will be on June 24th with Public Safety. We'll have Police and Fire. Someone is not muted. And July 29th will be with Parks and Recreation. So if people want to go to Ward 4 website, we will have information on how folks can participate in that. So be on the lookout.
Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. National Corrections Officer Week, National Nurses Week, National Teachers Appreciation Week, and National Order of Older Americans Month are marked during the first week of May. I want to thank those who serve as corrections officers, nurses, and teachers for their service and commitment. I want to thank our senior citizens for everything they have done for our community. Today also is Cinco de Mayo, commemorating the Mexican Americans' victory over French forces at the Battle of Puebla on May 5th, 1862, under the leadership of General Ignacio Zaragoza Seguin. In the U.S., Cinco de Mayo has taken on significance beyond that in Mexico, and the date is being recognized in the United States as a date to celebrate our culture and experiences of America, of Mexican ancestry. Latinos have a profound and positive influence on our country through their commitment to family, faith, hard work, patriotism, and service. They have enhanced and shaped our national character with centuries-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of their community. In Tucson, the city was declared a city of gastronomy in the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organizations, UNESCO, and El Güero Canelo was their Sonoran dog won the prestigious James Beard Award for gastronomy. With more than 50 million Latinos across the United States, Latinos now make up the largest minority group and represent billions in buying power. In Arizona, Raul Castro served as our first Latino governor in the 1970s. In 1999, Ed Pastor was the first Latino elected to represent Arizona in the U.S. Congress, and today there are 2 Latinos in Congress representing Arizona, Raul Grijalva and Ruben Gallego. And in Tucson, in 2019, Tucson elected Regina Romero, its first Latina mayor in its 144-year history. As we reflect on our Latino contributions in this great country, let us not lose sight of where we as Americans, Arizonans, Tucsonans need to go. We must continue to work together to solve the challenges of today so our community and our children will have a better tomorrow. 2020 is the year to be heard. Keep your family safe and be counted in the United States Census. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilmember Kosacek.
Nothing.
All right, item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
I suggest, is there a way we can do this without Roger having to read, because he's got really bad feedback?
He does.
So, Mayor, this is Mike Rankin. I will announce item 4 as City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin.
You betcha.
Communication number 123 dated May 5th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the city manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. No report this evening.
Alrighty. Item 5.
So item 5 is liquor license applications. On tonight's agenda, there is one application for a new license. It is Biagi Brothers, located in Ward at 6908 East Century Park Drive, number 124.
City Manager's communication number 124 dated May 5th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Attorney, read the liquor license agenda, please.
I'll do my best. I don't have a script, but this is the only liquor license application we have on the agenda tonight. There are no requests for special events, agent change, acquisition of control, or restructure. This is an application for Biagi Brothers located in Ward 4. The Mayor and Council's timeline to take action is through May 8th of 2020. So an appropriate motion after asking if the applicant has, or if we've received any protests, is to make a recommendation to the Liquor License Department for approval.
Madam Mayor, I move to forward the liquor license to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
We're not having to call to the audience, right?
Yeah, we don't have a call to the audience. Item 6.
Item
So
6
Mayor,
would be
this is
called to the
scheduled
audience.
normally for call the audience. As you know, under the current restrictions, we're not hosting a call to the audience. To the extent any written submissions were provided from the public as written comments, we will provide those to the Mayor and Council through the clerk's office. So item 7 is the consent agenda.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Mr. Attorney, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, may I have my mic?
Thank you, Mayor. On tonight's consent agenda, we have item A, approval of minutes. Item B is intergovernmental agreement with the Tucson Unified School District for school resource officers. As was noted during the study session today, this item will be corrected to reflect the accurate school year, which is the 2019 through 2020 TUSD school year. The only other item on the consent agenda is item C, Memorandum of Agreement, Management Control, Criminal Justice Information Systems.
May I have a motion, please?
Yeah, I think we ought to also add and be that Rankin and Bill Roger for his time for this.
On the consent agenda?
By the word.
I think so.
Steve, did you make the motion?
I'm going to make it right now because Roger wouldn't take the ad. Move that we pass the consent agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Public hearing amending Tucson Code Chapter 21-8 relating to consumption of spirituous liquor to permit wine in parks. Hearing ordinance number 11749.
City Manager's communication number 127 dated May 5th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on changes to the Tucson City Code Chapter 21-8, consumption of spirituous liquors. This public hearing is scheduled to last no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Mr. Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, Your Honor.
May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So move. Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11749 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11749 relating to Parks and Recreation, amending the Tucson City Code, section 28-21-8C, 21-8F, consumption of spirituous liquor, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move we pass and adopt the item.
I move to pass adopt ordinance 11749.
So there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mr. Durham,
Aye.
I'll say noes.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Ordinance 11749 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 9.
Public hearing approving the City of Tucson Consolidated Plan, including the annual action plan and the analysis of impediments to fair housing. Your Honor, this item has been continued at the request of staff to the meeting of May 19th, 2020.
Thank you, Mr. City Clerk. Item 10.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, May 19th at 5:30 p.m. In the Mayor and Council chambers, virtually. We'll see you pretty soon. And the meeting is adjourned.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye,
Have a great night.
everyone.
Thank you. Take care.